All right. YouTube claims that everything is up and running now, so hello, chat. We are here today with Renie, a comics artist, when we're going to talk about her comic, Fiendish, and entertainment in general, and how to create your own, because, frankly, we need it.
Indeed, it is sorely needed, and thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Welcome.
Excited to have you here.
Yay!
So this is V's doing.
I should have
Thank
known.
you, V. Oh, you didn't know? Yes, it is all V's fault. I blame him and thank him. I don't know which. You've got to see.
Indeed. So V sent me a link to your comic, and I was very impressed because I mean this, and half insultingly, it sounds looks very professional.
Yeah.
Wow.
The one I know.
Holy shit, Arch. Couldn't hold on for 5 seconds.
Oh gosh. Well, yeah. I hope it looks professional. I do try to make everything as polished as possible, but I don't know like what would be the bar for professional, because nowadays apparently some pretty low quality stuff passes for publisher comics. So I'm not gonna get into that. I'm gonna try to be nice. I promise I'll try to be nice. But I did I did work for Marvel for a few years, and I have worked in animation and gaming. So I've been doing art for quite a long time, over 10 years at this point, professionally. So yeah, I hope I'm, my product right now, Fiendish, that is my main project. It's my independent fantasy comic, and I do aim to make it as polished as possible because I want to compete with the mainstream. I think we need more diversity of genre. We need more independent creators coming up, and competition is good, and there's been too little competition for too long.
And see, the reason why I say that is because I get sent a lot of startup projects these days. Most of which never make it on the channel for the simple reason that, honestly, most of it I simply don't see getting anywhere. There's a lot of people who pick something up and try to make it and don't really have the drive or the actual interest in doing it. And that's fine too, because, well,
Yeah.
that's how the world works. But the thing is, like, when I see something like, well, what you've made here, it's very obvious immediately because you say, like, what looks professional, and frankly that can vary a lot too. Like, there are people who make literal, like, stick figure cartoons that are still really, really funny and still very high quality.
Right, exactly.
But what you have, like, this looks like, you know, the first thought when I saw this, for some weird reason, it reminded me of ElfQuest, if you know about it.
I've heard that like 20 times, and I've actually never seen it, and I feel like I need to see it now because everybody says it looks like ElfQuest.
And see, because the thing is, it isn't really the style, or the art look either. Because ElfQuest had a very elfy art style back in the day when elves could be cool rather than today.
Huh? Or Lord of the Rings.
Exactly.
Moving on. Yeah.
But I think, thinking about it, what kind of struck me was the fact that it felt like an older style comic, like from back in the day when a comic book had quality, style, a bit of personality to it, you know?
Right. Well, I think that's almost a little sad to hear. I think maybe in like Western comics, well, European comics has a lot of this stuff still nowadays, but maybe not American comics. But that's a whole different issue because American comics has been dominated by superheroes for so long, and even what the little bit of dark fantasy or anything that was really went all out with world building like that, it's been very limited. Like heavy metal is kind of not what it used to be anymore, and even that was kind of from Europe. And like over here, I grew up in Asia, but I live in America now. There's a critical lack of anything other than corporate published comics, and especially anything really good and really expansive. And as some of you might know, not Dark Horse, Vertigo, which was DC's imprint to publish some more mature comics, that shut down a while ago. So that's really disappointing to me because I grew up with manga. I grew up with stuff like Berserk and a lot of manga series and Gundam, which is Battle Angel Alita, that's what it's called in Japanese, and Akira and Ghost in the Shell. And I want to see more of that kind of stuff. And those are my major influences. So that's just what I try to emulate.
Mm-hmm. And see, there's the thing too, because I'm kind of stuck on what you said, like what looks professional. And I think that is something that has changed a lot as well. Because you look at modern Marvel stuff, for example, because you mentioned you worked for them years ago, I guess. And I mean, it looks polished, most of it, that is, at least, you know. Ironheart, stuff like that, looks fine. And the art's good, but I've never had the urge to look into it because it doesn't capture me. It isn't interesting. It isn't like the old like superhero Marvel comics where you've got like a super bombastic cover, you've got colorful figures, they're usually shouting something with random letters emboldened, you know?
Right. Yeah,
And
well, Arch, don't you know that if you don't like the current stuff in superhero comics, that just means you don't like minorities or women.
see, I have a long and proud history as a misogynist, which I wish to keep intact.
Well, apparently I now do too, just by criticizing the wrong things. So we're on the same boat.
Good. As for minority as well, I am a Norwegian. I am naturally inclined to hate anyone who is browner than me, which is everyone.
Oh yeah, I like to. I'm Schrodinger's minority. I have a very European name, but I'm half Asian and part Jewish. So it depends on when they want to decide I'm a minority.
Only when it's convenient.
Yeah, when it's convenient for them. You know, it's all very silly because what I think what I've deducted the issue is it's obviously not that there's more women or more minorities in mainstream comics now. It's clearly not the problem because I think American entertainment especially has always been very diverse. What I think a lot of more culture war people and movements like Comicsgate, and even this ties back to Gamergate, which I have been following for years now. It seems so obvious if you actually look into the arguments, but I think a lot of people don't bother to look into the arguments. They just believe what the pervasive narrative is. The issue is that there are untalented creatives or people who are just lazy creatives. You can have people who are talented, but they're not putting in an effort. They're not trying to tell stories that have good character arcs, and they're not upholding heroic storytelling, and even storytelling that's not traditionally heroic storytelling. It's just objectively stuff like the Lord of the Rings adaptation. There are objectively things that don't make sense in the writing. The writing is bad, but they want to use identity politics as a shield, and I think that's what a lot of people are railing against, and that's one of the many problems in entertainment, besides from it just being over corporatized and kind of bland. It's not about the art anymore, and I think that's Disney's main problem. But I'll go on for like 3 hours if you get me started on Disney. So
why not? Don't worry.
Yeah, why not?
We'll get to Disney and then we'll get stuck there and it'll be good. You'll watch Arch slowly drift away from the conversation. It'll be great.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Yay.
I'm already here.
Myself.
Oh, you won't be able to contain yourself.
Yeah.
Well, because there's the wider thing too, right? The move away from simply creating entertainment to creating something with a message, I suppose you'd call it.
Right.
And the thing is too, like, it's not a genuine message. That's another big thing as well. It's not that they really care all that much, but, it's the popular thing to do, and so they've corporatized it. And, again, I think this is what you can tell so easily, that it's something as a corporate product, because they don't care. They don't actually give a shit. Disney is a perfect example of that, and their treatment of Star Wars. As they're pumping out more Star Wars than ever before, and yet at the same time, there's never been less actual Star Wars than there is now.
It's tragic to see.
Right. I've heard so much of it. And it's not even necessarily that if an entertainment franchise is taken over by a company, then it's necessarily as bad. It's just, well, the way Disney functions, and a lot, even Warner Brothers and a lot of these large companies, Disney is by far most guilty of all these things. they're a giant evil monster that overtakes everything and ruins it all now. Um, but for example, The Mandalorian was good, and I didn't see Rogue One, but I heard that that was also decent, and it at least felt like Star Wars. And it's hard to put your finger on it, but it's almost like there's when the creator actually cares, you can tell. Like it feels immersive, it feels like they care, and that's sort of what the philosophy that I try to create my comic with. I think a lot of people are a little shocked at how invested I am in my project Fiendish, because I went so all out with the world building. I built a language for the comic. I have a constructed language on top of a world map and a pantheon and magic system. But I think that readers will only care as much as the creator. No one else will care more than you. And a lot of entertainment now. That's why you see a lot of reboots and remakes. They're writing off of the investment that people have on properties that already existed. These properties that were created by artists who really did care about the product, where they saw this as their, like, this gives them meaning in life, and that's what being an artist, being a creative is. You have something to say, and this is a legacy that you want to leave behind. I think when a creator really respects the art form and respects themselves and respects the reader and their audience and has something to say, that's when you can create something that, for lack of a better term, it's magic. It's something that'll be read 100 years from now. That's what Tolkien did. He cared so much. This is something that came from his soul, and I think you can feel that. And nowadays, I think too many creators don't approach their work that way. To them, it's just a transaction, and that's how I felt when I worked at Marvel. And this is very subjective, I suppose, but when I was at Marvel, I felt like this was just a job. There wasn't like a creative community. People didn't really care about the art, and it's really strange because I didn't feel that kind of passion for the art form and that support network, where it wasn't just about clout chasing. It was people did actually care about helping you if they liked your product, and they would pull each other up because the rising tide raises all ships. I didn't feel that again until I went indie, and I'm promoting on YouTube and Indiegogo and everything that's going on now. That kind of love for the craft was not in corporate comics in my experience. So I think that's kind of pervasive in all of Hollywood in general. That's a problem.
Almost certainly. And it's because they don't get it. And that's such a simple way of saying it, but this is an incredibly complex topic we have here, because the soul of a thing, the magic, for example, the magic of Tolkien's world, it is so many little things, so many little touches, so many little details, so much that is created only through passion and genuine interest. And if the person trying to make some form of spin-off or adaptation of this doesn't have that, doesn't understand that, they can't make anything like it. The recent Rings of Power is a beautiful example of this, where the showrunners are like, oh, we start every day with a Tolkien quote. Like, okay, you have read Tolkien so many times, and yet you have no idea what he's writing about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because they managed to create a piece of television that actually actively undermined his world in almost every single respect, while also being unbelievably lazy. With teleporting armor, with Galadriel fucking swimming back home.
Oh, so bad. So I saw only the first 2 or 3 episodes, and I just couldn't stand it anymore. So disclaimer, I didn't finish the whole thing, but that's all I needed to see, I think. It's really hard to understand, because I think they clearly did read Tolkien, but it's almost like, is it that their own ideology is clouding their ability to understand where Tolkien was coming from? Because it really bothered me from the start, even before the show came out, that when I heard like some of the writers were saying, well, we're going to tell the story that Tolkien never told. And it's almost this disrespect to the creator. That's not how Peter Jackson approached his movies. He was trying to heighten Tolkien's work, and not as in, let me make something better, but let me show it in its best light in a new visual medium. And they don't have that kind of, again, I think a lot of this boils down to respect. I think people don't have like a lack of respect for the giants that came before them, and you need to have that to to really make anything and be a creative, I believe, because us, like, there's only so much that each person can, so much wisdom we can gather from our own each human life, and we need the wisdom of our forefathers and foremothers to build upon that, what we know. And if you don't respect what they have, then, well, what you create is just empty. You don't know better than the millions of generations that came before you.
It's also the fundamental lack of just understanding. Like, it's so difficult to describe exactly how this means and what it means, because again, it's such a complex topic. But it's like when Disney makes a Star Wars product, like the recent Andor, for example, is a wonderful example of this, where the guy who's making it clearly has a passion for making spy stories, and the spying part is actually really good, and then the Star Wars part kind of intrudes onto the spying stuff in a Star Wars show. Because the creator likes spy shit. He enjoys it. He likes making it, so he's good at making it. But he couldn't care less about Star Wars. He even said so in an interview. And so you've got a terrible matchup where the two actively subtract from one another. And that is why you need somebody who is actually a genuine fan and interested in the setting to try and make anything in it. Otherwise, they just don't have the frame of reference. Like, this is the metaphor I usually use. I can't explain to anybody what is good about fly fishing, but I've got a friend who would be able to go on for hours about this shit, and I would just sit there and shake my head like, yeah, stick, fish, water.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lack of sort of love and investment, and just respect and appreciation what came before. It's weird, but it's sad. I don't gloat about the state of entertainment, and I don't think other people criticizing it are like, they don't mean harm by criticizing. I think critique comes out of love. They want it to improve and be better, but it's kind of taken as hateful, and that's kind of silly. I think everybody wants entertainment to be better, and a lot of fans who are not happy with Lord of the Rings or Star Wars and all these other franchises, they want it to improve. They want good entertainment, but unfortunately, it just seems like there's a lot of people who don't respect the craft, making art now. So that's I think critiquing the sort of cultural the cultural tendencies around entertainment is important, but also just as important is creating something new. I think we need to do that, and that's what we're here for. Yeah.
And that is, of course, even more valuable, because critiquing, like, I get where you're coming from. You want to see things better, and my God, would I like for them to see things better. But I've practically given up on that. Like, I genuinely believe Disney is incapable of making good Star Wars simply because they don't give a shit. They don't understand, and I don't think they ever will understand. Like, one of the counter arguments I've heard to that is, of course, they could just hire someone who understands, but if they don't understand, how the hell can they tell if somebody actually does know? It's the same with Amazon. They hired two people, complete unknowns, who'd done nothing except directing single episodes of Game of Thrones occasionally, and they convinced a boardroom full of Amazon people that they were totally into this whole Peter Jackson Tolkien thing.
Yeah, just
And
because
there
you
you are.
read it doesn't mean you're totally into it. And I don't know, it's a bunch of bean counters who think that focus groups and you have to hit certain targets, or like they think they can calculate creativity and storytelling. You really can't.
You
Again,
can't.
maybe it's just that I don't really have the understanding to put it into words, but I think it's and this is why I love storytelling. To me, it's the closest thing to magic. And if if the spark is there, then you know it. You can't just have you can't put it into, this is just a focus group and you're hitting these targets, or these diversity targets, or these you're like meeting these goals that your company wants to hit, and that'll make a good product that people will love. And something more to it.
Absolutely. And that's also why I kind of hope that just the stuff now needs to become unpopular again. Like, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Marvel
I'm gonna
comics,
interject real
DC.
quickly. Renie, can you Can you adjust your microphone? You're getting a little quiet for the audience.
Oh, okay. Is this better? I moved a little further away.
Yeah,
I'm
don't move
usually
it
too
away.
loud.
The goal is for the audience to hear you, so they want to be able to...
Okay. Okay. Is this better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. All right. I'll stay here. Sorry.
Perfect.
There you go. Thank you, Kyle. Where was I? My mental train, Kyle. Help me get it back.
Listen, it's all over the ground now, and in the ditch. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Unpopular. That was what I'm talking about.
There we go. Back on track.
These things actually need to semi-die again. Like it needs to no longer be popular to make Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or any of that, so that we can make something else, something good. We need a revolution, for lack of a better term, so that eventually these things can be popular again. Like I want Lord of the Rings to return in a good form, made by somebody who cares, rather than what it is today. Like, I still want to see movies about Iron Man and Thor and Captain Marvel and all these kinds of crazy characters. And Superman. God, we need Superman again. Not grim and dark Superman, not brooding Superman, not Superman that's having problems. No, Superman, the Boy Scout who saves the day, regardless of the odds that goes against him.
Yeah.
And to do that, we need to rekindle a bit of that old interest, you know? And I don't even know how we are going to do it, but I'm sure we'll eventually succeed somehow. And creating stuff ourselves is the first step, because it'll inform a lot of these other companies about what people actually want to see. There was a funny story recently about they showed a trailer for a TV show, and this was a cop show, and it was focused around a woman cop of a minority background, of course, who came to a police station, and everyone was very racist and sexist to her. It's like, oh, what are you, some kind of little Muslim or something? Policing? You can't do that. It's 2022. It's completely unnatural today. And that was the pitch. But to contrast to this, they also showed off literally like retouched Starsky and Hutch episode bits, which they just drawn out as a storyboard, like with fucking cars exploding and shit and jumping over ramps and car chases and all this crazy nonsense. And the focus group were looking at this going, we want that. Like, screw the minority cop, that's not interesting. Explosions, please.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well,
it's got
yeah.
even the focus group is like, no, please, just make it blow up.
Yeah. I mean, people just want to be entertained. Like, I don't think it matters to most people what any of the characters look like, and there's man, woman, unless it doesn't make sense, like, 90-pound woman beating up 200-pound men. That's a whole other different issue. I think it, like, at the end of the day, the story comes first, and good entertainment comes first. There's no excuse around that. I'm sorry, Hollywood, you can't skirt that by your like pushing ideology or doing what you think is popular. Also, another point is I think that Hollywood, it's not that they don't want to make money. I don't think they set out to ruin these franchises. Well, at least like the people at the top aren't. I think some of the activists definitely do want to destroy entertainment. The whole line of, well, let the past die, and like, kill it if you have to, and all the the line that you see over and over again in Star Wars on Lord of the Rings, and it's just so disgusting. I don't think that the Hollywood bigwigs intend to lose money. They're just doing what everyone in their circle and around them is telling them, well, this is what's popular with the kids now. But they don't realize that what appeals to a very small population of, honestly, for lack of a better term, urban privileged people is not what regular humans in the rest of the world are interested in. Most people in the world don't think like this, and they're not interested in pushing your ideology. They're not interested in pushing how you think the world should look. We just want good entertainment, and we don't want to be told that you can't say this word, or like weird things like it's kind of like new age racism that, yeah, I think you know what I mean.
Absolutely. And some of them are beginning to also realize this slowly but surely. There's apparently a bit of a boardroom revolt going over at Amazon at the moment, with a lot of investors looking at the Rings of Power and going, "Hold on, you assured us this would sell. There's no way we can fuck up Lord of the Rings, you said." And here we are.
No, you definitely can. You definitely can. It's just like it's almost magical how it's just like amazing how anti-talent some of these people are. So you took Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Star Wars has reached a point of mythology. Like to Americans, I think it's mythology because America's a young country and every culture has their mythology, and things like Star Wars and tales about the founding fathers and George Washington and the cherry tree, even though we all know that's not a real story, it's part of our cultural mythology. It teaches a moral lesson. That's what things like Star Wars would, and Tolkien is the same thing for English speaking world or all of the Western world. And the fact that they want to remake that, and they have even a shred of they want to remake it while not respecting and thinking that they can change it for a modern audience and have people love it just as much is sure hubris.
The modern audience.
Oh yeah, the
It's a
modern
very
audience.
weird
about that.
audience.
Mm.
Like, because just imagine you watch the first episode of The Rings of Power, and the scene where Galadriel just decides to swim fucking home.
That was so stupid. I mean, I don't consider myself the biggest Tolkien fan. I've read the books, I like him, but I'm not even like I don't like speak Kenya or anything like that. So, but like there are people who are that hardcore fans, and they have a right to be even more pissed than me about this. But I think even watching Lord of the Rings, because I was watching with a friend who was not a big Tolkien fan, hadn't read the books, and was just kind of viewing it from the point of, well, maybe they just wanted to see like pretty fantasy and stuff. So I try to remove myself from being a Tolkien purist, and even doing that, it was impossible to enjoy it because things logically didn't make sense. And you also just can't escape the fact that this didn't feel like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and it's just the writing. Somebody must have sat down and figured, okay, we're going to have the main character leap off a boat in the middle of Atlantic and then start swimming. And nobody else just raised a hand and went, hold on, that's really fucking stupid.
It was so bad.
And then what? Well, she'll meet Sauron on a raft and they'll fight a sea monster. Like, okay.
I mean, you're supposed to be so wise and you'll like know when you see him, but didn't. Oh my gosh. Like there's again, she's in the middle of the Atlantic. What really bothered me about that show was also it's like they were trying to be deep and saying all these things like the whole why does the stone sink and the boat floats, and there's like these terrible analogies that people who have no actual depth, who are probably like 22, trying to sound as wise as a master like Tolkien. And it would be better if they just stopped pretending and were just honest about their own abilities.
Yeah, that was a problem throughout. The writing tried to sound old-timesy and failed. And you mentioned that fucking philosophy. Like, why does the rock sink? Like, my god.
Because it's a rock. It's dense. It's a stupid analogy.
No, it's because of the darkness inside of the rock.
Oh, kill me.
Like, it's not even preschool philosophy. Why does the rock fucking sink?
Yeah.
It's because the rock can only look down. Like, really?
It's a rock. It doesn't look down. I don't know. It irks me, but but again, I think it's important to critique those things and make fun of it. I think more than just being angry about it, what really works is mocking it. And also not giving them your money. And that's when the people who have the money and the bean counters notice that they're losing money, like Amazon right now, that's when we're hurt, because apparently just complaining online, they don't listen to that, because they'll just say you're just hateful fans and your opinion doesn't matter. Well, no, there's there's a reason behind the critique, and I think a lot of fans that are critiquing like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, they have they're clear and concise and intelligent breakdowns of why these franchises are bad adaptations, but well, they're not going to listen because they'll dismiss what you say as like some this weird modern hand sweeping phrase of "you're just hateful." But when they're losing money, they'll listen.
Yep. Which is also why it's important to do the mocking part. Like, as YouTubers, we have the responsibility, in part, to point this out and to tell people, like, this is bad. You gotta go, you gotta review it, you've gotta let people know, because it's the only way anyone will actually listen. Like, the Rings of Power, after being hammered to hell and back and shutting down reviews for, I think they said 3 days and ended up being like a week. This is what sends a message to the people at the top, the people who expect to get their money back on their investment.
Yeah, didn't that happen with Captain Marvel too? They were getting so many bad reviews, they just shut down reviews, or they well, it's always this weird thing on Rotten Tomatoes where the audience reviews are like if something is good, you know that the audience reviews are high and the critic reviews are low. It's almost like a given now. It's just so comical. And if something doesn't prove that Hollywood and corporate entertainment doesn't know what the regular person wants, well, there you go. That proves it.
Yep. Very much so. But enough doom and gloom for the moment, at least.
I'm
sure we'll get back to it. But tell us a bit about your comic, actually. Let's talk about that. That sounds like a good idea.
Oh, yes. So Fiendish is my fantasy mystery comic. It's a long form comic. It's about at least like 12 books or so far. That's my plan right now. And I created it because it's been my dream since I was 14 to have my own comic series. Again, I grew up with stuff like Berserk and Akira and Ghost in the Shell, and I always wanted to create something just like that. And it took a long time. I've been chipping away at making indie comics, working in entertainment for years and years. But finally, just about almost 5 years ago now, I was working for Marvel at the time. I was being underpaid. I was living in my parents' spare apartment and wallowing in depression because they weren't giving me enough work, and I felt like my career wasn't going anywhere. So I one day just sat down and had an idea for a story, and I decided to just go for it. I wanted to create what I always wanted to, and I basically put everything that I'm a fan of, everything that I love into this project. I love murder mysteries. I love high fantasy, extensive world building. So that's what I did.
All right, because that's you. Like, it's not easy to make something like this. You need a lot of experience, and you need a lot of skill, and you need a lot of time. Like, how many years did you say since you started this?
Oh, going on like 5 years. It's been a while.
Yes.
So, chapter 1 launched early last year, and I'm working on chapter 2 right now. Chapter 2 is on Indiegogo. The first 60 days just closed. I'm still in demand though, so people can still back it if they so fancy. And so chapter 2 should come out before summer next year. That's my plan. I'm almost halfway done with the book already. And yeah, but I've been before this, up until this point, it's been like 4.5 years that I've been working on this. So yeah, it does take a lot of time, but again, I don't know. I've always and I was like, I remember being very disincentivized against creating long form stories by my mentors and other professionals when I was working in comics. It's sort of and American publishers nowadays they want like short series, especially from new creators, because it's a risk to take a chance with a creator who's not known. And even with a publisher like Image, which is why I didn't go for Image, because I considered it at first, but then I realized that if you pitch to Image, for example, if you're not already a famous creator, you actually front the printing costs and all the promotion is on you. You just get the Image label on your book. And I thought that was stupid. So why don't I just go independent and I own all the rights? Because I don't want any publisher to have the rights and be able to tell me what to do and have control over, my baby. So it was just so silly to me. So it's more work to go into it is a lot of work to create your own franchises, even more work if you want to do everything yourself. But luckily I came across an online community that is willing to help you with that. You know, I met really amazing creators on YouTube. I'm sure you all know John Malin, Ethan and Van Skyver. I can't say his name all of a sudden. All these people in Comicsgate and just in the Indiegogo scene in general, they really care about uplifting creators that wouldn't have a chance otherwise in the mainstream. And it's not always because their work isn't good, it's just because the mainstream has a very narrow opening or sort of they're not really they claim to be open-minded, but they're really not, and they're not willing to take risk, honestly. So and it's really not a healthy environment for original creators. So thankfully I did come by people who are supportive and who helped me with all the things like fulfillment and or gave me like tips on like how to promote yourself and how to start a YouTube channel and fulfill your book. So there's still a lot to learn, but so far so good.
Well, that is the good part of this. There are actually people who do give a shit on this side of the fence and will help you.
Yes. There's a lot. There's a lot. It's very positive and lovely, and it's there's this passion for comics and uplifting other creatives that I just didn't feel when I was working in Marvel or pretty much anywhere else since art school. And it was very strange because I thought that's what Marvel would be. I thought that's what working in entertainment would be and in the animation, but it wasn't. It was very transactional, and I don't know if it's because we it's just my bad luck to come into entertainment in a time where there is this culture taking over that's very censorious, that makes it so you can't really speak freely. And it's not just about politics as a big part of it, but with woke culture being so pervasive in entertainment, you really are afraid to just speak your mind. And there's this sort of stifling effect to creativity. I think you're afraid to do anything that offends people, and because the companies want to avoid controversy, and there are people who are so sensitive that even the smallest infringement will cause like crazy mobs on Twitter to scream at companies. And it's not that the companies are uncomfortable with edgy storytelling or creators who have varying kinds of politics. It's really that they're afraid of Twitter mobs, and that's what it is. And I think it's cowardly. I think it's completely anti-American. Freedom of creativity should come first, but it is what it is. And I think because of that, the entertainment industry is there's like some downstream effects of this kind of culture. There's the stifling of creativity and sort of the narrowing of and the stifling of quality in your entertainment. People are afraid to really be completely open and be wild in what they create. And that's not healthy. You can't actually make art that way.
Well, it has a lot to do with that freedom, doesn't it? Because
yes,
to make a really good story, you often do need to go into more uncomfortable places, and this is one of the hallmarks of some of the best stories as well. Like you look at Lord of the Rings, which we've already brought up. The Lord of the Rings is a story of an all-consuming evil who will conquer and destroy everything, regardless of the actions of the greatest heroes of the age, if it isn't for a miracle, which is the Hobbits. Hell, Star Wars is the story of a tiny little fuck-off resistance movement who can only win because they decided to build their battle station in a very stupid way, and because of teddy bears.
Yes.
Even within comics, like with Magneto, for example, Magneto has a dark as fuck story to him, like a literal Holocaust victim who then becomes what he hated the most. He becomes a genetic supremacist and starts eradicating people. That is dark. And you're not going to see that today. Or if you are, it's going to be bland and stupid. And, well, they're probably going to make the bad guys the good guys, as they, again, did in the Rings of Power, where one of the orc people are just like, well, I care about the orcs. I don't like Sauron. Orc lives matter. Like, oh, god damn it. Can't they just be orcs?
Yeah, I don't quite know how to parse the whole... It's very strange, because I do notice that a lot of what the quote unquote progressive, they're really not progressives, but characters like Captain Marvel, and I can't think of them off the top of my head, and Galadriel, they're supposed to be the heroes of the story, right? But when you actually look at how they behave, like Galadriel is leaving her men behind to die instead of helping them. That she's a terrible leader. She's a terrible person. And Captain Marvel, with how she abused that man for just like telling her to smile. It's these people aren't heroes, and it's almost like when they write heroic characters, instead of being heroic, they're more entitled than anything else. And it's not everybody. It's not, and it's not all of them. I think Rey is an interesting example where I don't think she was like villainous. She was just like kind of had everything handed to her, and she was just boring. Like, she wasn't horrible. She's just very boring. And it's either they're boring or they're straight up villainous. And it goes back to, I don't think these people understand either heroism or villainy, because to make a good villain is probably harder than making a good hero. And you could have like a one dimension, you can have like a simple villain that just is evil for evil's sake. Honestly, that works. And you don't need to always give them you don't need to always give them a reason. I like to give my antagonists reasons, but if you have to, again, be aware of your own ability. If your story doesn't really provide a good reason for the villain to want to harm people, then, or you can't come up with something good enough, then just don't do it. Like, know your limits. It's okay to just have like a big bad. There are evil people in the world. They do exist.
Like, there's nothing wrong with just having the darkness. Sauron doesn't need a reason. He's fucking Sauron.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, and I've been thinking about what really makes the evil character. And Sauron is kind of just evil for evil's sake, but if you look at Tolkien's lore and how like why Morgoth is the way he is, it's out of jealousy for Ilúvatar, right? And I think that's a pretty good. I don't think even like the most simple villains, they're not just villains for evil's sake. They're jealous and they want to harm people because they don't want to earn what they have, or they have they have horrific ideas for solving problems. They want to take a shortcut and have the easy way, like Magneto. His idea for a solution is genocide, and well, that's a little overboard. Even though maybe he is trying to address a real problem, his solution is wrong. So yeah, it's I don't know. I think there is also a lack of knowing how to write villains anymore. It's
also a lot of it is also a fundamental misunderstanding or lack of knowledge of the human condition, really. Like Rey Skywalker, I like to call her the cardboard box that speaks, because she's such an empty fucking character. There's no weight to her. There's no gravitas. There's no substance. Like, a simple touch would be, okay, she's raised on a desert planet so she can't swim, and so she sinks like a rock and has to be saved by someone. That doesn't make her weak. That makes her somebody raised around not enough water. Easy.
Right. Yeah, why would she know how to swim?
Yes, and yet she swims. And it seems like a mountain out of a molehill, but no, it's a fundamental character problem with her, where they don't think. They don't take one step back and hold on. Like, she shouldn't be able to do that. And she shouldn't be able to see the Jedi text and go like, well, I know all of this. And Yoda definitely shouldn't appear and go like, oh, yes, burn them all. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, and I don't know. It just makes her kind of boring. I think with when they reveal her heritage, I mean, I guess that excuses her power level, but the fact is it just doesn't make for an interesting character arc if she she isn't as like if you compare her path and Luke's path, Luke had to go through so many more challenges. He had like a huge failure and had to pay for the failure that was caused by his own hubris. When did that happen to Rey? That didn't happen to her. Even though she had like a couple of half-assed training scenes, that's not good enough. You need to have your hero fail and learn from it, because that reflects what we have to do in real life. It's a lesson.
Mm-hmm. And I think again it stems from that lack of understanding. One of my favorite, I suppose you can't really even call it a franchise, movie and book is Starship Troopers, which is constantly under attack, and there was a recent little wave of it now, because everyone calls that movie and book fascist, because they don't understand what is being written in
Right, yeah. I know nothing about Star Troopers except for Sargon's breakdown of it, and I will say he seems to make a lot of sense. Right.
It's very fascinating, because I found one of the articles I'm going to probably talk about next week, where the guy explains that the distinction between citizen and civilian is like the caste system in India. Like, okay, that's not true, because the caste system is literally a hereditary system by definition, whereas anyone can become a citizen and have the power to vote. It also says that the civilians don't have any self-determination. They can't do anything, which also isn't true. They can do whatever the hell they goddamn want. They simply don't have the franchise, and they can gain the franchise whenever they want by going through a period of military service. And there are many, 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 many little things like this, but the overarching point I'm trying to make is that they don't understand the message being sent. They don't understand the point of it all, and it's not for lack of trying. I don't even think it's because they're particularly stupid necessarily. It's they don't have a grasp of the philosophical framework of it. They can't understand it. They see propaganda movie and they think, well, the Germans did that, so therefore, instead of going one step beyond, saying, okay, but what is the propaganda movie showing? Because in Starship Troopers, they have propaganda movies. Have you seen the movie, by the way?
Oh, I haven't seen Starship Troopers, no.
All right.
I'm
Just
an
so I
uncultured
can,
foreigner. Yeah, chat.
describe it properly.
Sorry.
Because they've got these propaganda clips, and they're very, very reminiscent of Triumph of the Will. Very propaganda, very bombastic, but they don't lie. There's actually not a single untruth in any of them. They even report accurately on military defeats with precise casualty figures. This is a fascist government that apparently gives its populace all of the information and doesn't censor them and doesn't crack down on them and allows them to gain the power to vote at any time.
Yeah. That's. Do you think the issue with people, so many people looking in at these franchises and not understanding why, for example, Starship Troopers isn't fascist, and just so silly to say, something that I do understand is there were people going for FMA, for people who know manga and anime, and saying that FMA is fascist just because there was a Führer and the country was modeled after Germany. And it's like, okay, you clearly didn't like watch the actual show because the Führer turned out to be the bad guy. And the whole point is critiquing the fact that this country was guilty of genocide. But it's kind of this weird way of viewing the world where I don't know if it's just because and it's my generation, it's a lot of millennials, I'm sorry, if it's just people were kind of sheltered and were removed from sort of this idea that it like demanding excellence and for example the philosophy behind Starship Troopers of well, you have to earn the franchise in that world, you have to pay a price to be able to participate in politics, and the idea that you have to earn something based on merit. That's I don't want to sound like, I know it's like kind of a meme for especially Americans to say well, our generation was raised with participation trophies, but sometimes I wonder if that's true. Do you think that has something to do with it?
In part, like, again, I think it is because they don't have the tools to get it. It's one of those longer term kind of analysis things, which I've kind of been getting hooked on over the last year or so, where I've come to the conclusion that they don't understand, and that's why they fuck it up. It's not that they necessarily hate Star Wars or Lord of the Rings, but they are literally not capable of understanding what made it good, and therefore they cannot repeat it. And this comes down to so many small aspects. Like in the case of Tolkien, it's not understanding mythology. They see Tolkien and they just see a book instead of what he intended, which was literally a British mythology. It's a grand history, and any interpretation of it needs to feel like the same thing. That's why the Peter Jackson movies feels like such an odyssey, such a venture, such a grand experience, because that's what he intended for it to be. It's what Tolkien would have wanted.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way of Star Wars too. Like, Star Wars is a fairly simple hero story, with a hero, in the case of Luke Skywalker, going through great trials and tribulations and eventually emerging triumphant. And then there's a very open ending. It's like, okay, what happens now? The Empire's still out there. How will they deal with all of this? And Kenobi, you've got the exact opposite again, where Kenobi starts out like a broken man, and even at the end, he's like, well, I mean, I guess I'll just sit around in the desert for a while and hope the plots begins at some points.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad. I don't know. I do wonder if that, yeah, it's the whole idea of with great power comes with great responsibility, and the service guarantees citizenship. You have to pay a price to have something, to have power, and to have rights. You don't get to just demand rights, and you don't just get to have things happen to you. I think everyone deserves respect, but it's characters like Rey or like little Leia and Kenobi don't really work. They kind of just they don't really fail. They don't have to earn anything, and I don't think people are inspired by that. People aren't inspired by just seeing characters be good at things or characters who look like them be good at things. People are inspired by watching characters overcome difficulties and solve problems and overcome challenges.
Mm-hmm. And the guys making it don't understand that. They don't understand the structure. They genuinely don't have, well, again, the tools to analyze and figure that one out. Like, again, the little Leia, that fucking scene, where she outruns like 3 fully grown men, mercenaries.
No. And then she's like 10, but she looks about like 3. It was really weird. Or how old was she? I don't know. She's tiny and she's already excellent at everything. I mean, you could have a little spunky Leia because that's just her character, and she could be like, feisty and everything, but she's a little tiny kid. She's not going to just succeed at everything. And she did get caught eventually, but I don't know, there's still a bunch of other stuff she did that was just like totally unbelievable. Come on, writers.
Exactly. And anyone who with any real world experience will look at that and go like, hold on, she's not going to outrun them. This is dumb. And that's just from the basic perspective of having seen children running in the woods and going, I could probably catch that.
Yeah, they're small and kind of clumsy.
Yeah. And that's the most base level layer for what I'm talking about. You have to know a thing to be able to understand if it makes sense. And with generations of people raised now on basic bitch entertainment, frankly, and poor education as well. I could go on about the fucking education system.
Oh, our education is horrible.
It is, and that's why I think they don't get it. Yeah, they don't have that understanding or that structure, and they don't have the drive or passion to build it for themselves either. Like, when you were doing world building, for example, I imagine you had to read a lot to get inspiration for your setting, architectural style, weapons, maybe animals, stuff like that.
Yeah, and well, I think if you want to build a fantasy world from scratch, it's also more than just reading a lot, because if you just read a lot of either fantasy books or real world mythology, you might fall into the trap of simply copying what already existed too much. So you have to move a step beyond that. You have to be relatively well read and relatively well informed on what other people have done with fantasy and on cultural mythology. But on top of that, you have to be guided by your own story. You have to know what your story is about, and it's very important to have a firm grasp on how you want your world to feel. And that's sort of just like a mood and atmospheric thing that it's hard to put words on. But that's what makes something original, right? I don't mean to sound mean, but there are a lot of people who build fantasy worlds, and a lot of it is derivative. And even the Lord of the Rings show kind of just felt like, well, it felt like generic fantasy to me. It has Lord of the Rings name on it, but it was just a lot of things are they have elves and they have dwarves, and not everything has to be, not everybody is Tolkien, and you shouldn't want to try to be Tolkien, and I'm not trying to be Tolkien, but you should be the best version of what you should want to build the best world you can and be the best version of yourself as a creator. So you need to kind of have the wisdom to understand what your story is, what you want to say. And sometimes people aren't ready, and that takes time, that takes experience, and you need patience. You're going to have a lot of failures, and there are going to be years and years where likely nobody will be paying attention to what you're doing, and it'll feel like you're putting all this work into your story and franchise and nobody cares, but that's a price that you have to pay. I think a lot of people aren't willing to pay that price, but you have to do it if you want to create something original.
Well, that's the other thing too. The idea of instant gratification does not exist for most people.
Yeah. It's, again, I don't want to sound like I'm just complaining about my whole generation. It's not even everybody either. There are definitely people out there who do understand hard work, and there are people, brilliant creatives, but who I really blame at the end of the day is corporate entertainment. And why aren't they filtering out the people who aren't ready for it yet, right? I almost don't really blame these creatives. They just weren't ready. Like, why were they let in? Why were they given franchise? They weren't ready for this weight. They weren't ready for Star Wars. They weren't ready for Lord of the Rings. And so I do really, more than anything, blame the corporations. The talent is out there.
Well, in large part again because the corporations don't get it either. Like it's difficult to hire someone and know if they can do the thing. Yeah? And it's even more difficult in the modern day where so many people wanted to do creative stuff, but it's hard. Like, in fact, we have a perfect example of that here. Little Kyle. One of the very few nice things I can say about him is that he's a very hard worker.
Oh, isn't that sweet? He said something nice about me. Now that's the second time he's done that this stream. Hold on. I'm saving my energy for when we start talking about creative stuff.
You mean history?
Don't make me beat you.
Ooh, history.
Because, Kyle's been working on his own world for ages now, and he puts a tremendous amount of time and effort into that and creative writing.
Arch and I both have experience with creative writing, both for Arch's campaigns and all the hard labor and work he puts into those RPs, because he does a fuck ton of research and world building, even in those senses, and both on the project we're now working together on, where we're working on our own sort of video game.
Ooh,
it's become a video game since
awesome.
last I saw.
Have I become quiet? Oh, I have.
You're a little quiet.
A little might be an understatement. Oh no. Oh Jesus. All right, well I fucked up something on the audio thing. I did that to try to mitigate the fuzzing guy, so I apologize if that returns, because that was the only way I could deal with the fuzzing, to try to get rid of it for you guys. So I apologize if it comes back. It's some sort of audio bug. But yeah, we're talking about creative stuff. I don't know how many stuff you heard, but Arch and I are working on IP stuff. We're making our own what do you call it? We're gonna have our own place with blackjack and hookers, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of us are trying to break out into our own creative sphere, just like Renie here is. And it's actually gone pretty well for you, because I see your Indiegogo has been massively successful.
It has, and I'm still in mild disbelief because, well, it's my third Indiegogo campaign, book 2 of my comic, but book 2 has this is already twice as at least with the amount raised, it's twice as successful as the first book. So I can't thank everybody enough for supporting it. It really means a lot.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that is actually very good to see, and it's good to see other indie creators succeed, because I'm sure you have seen it too. How many, you mentioned it before, a lot of people will try to make their own fantasy setting, and I see this all the time, sadly. But you know, you try to give them advice where they just end up making like Romans, or they just end up making like, you know, literally Vikings, and it's just like, oh, it's just the same old, same old. Like, it's time to do something fresh and break out of that mold.
Yeah. And I always want to create, to encourage creatives to make something new, you know, and I don't know. I think so a lot of it is luck, and a lot of it is time, and I think a lot of people have the talent, but they don't stick with it long enough and to build up to creating that great thing. Uh, because even Tolkien or George R. R. Martin, and I have many critiques of George R. R. Martin, but he was spent years writing and putting out books before he had his big success, and a lot of almost every creator who has hit big success it wasn't like the first thing they made, right? You have to build your fan base up slowly, and you know, there's that risk of sometimes you won't succeed, but that's just the reality of it. If you want safety and you want stability, go work for a company, go be a corporate, you know, art person, and you'll have a salary and you'll be safe, but then you don't have to take the risk. But if you want to have like being a creative, and especially independently, and if you want to build your own franchise, it's a high risk high reward kind of game. It's a lot like music. I like to say it's like music. You have like corporate music, and then you have sort of the corporatized drivel that they put out that they say is music but really isn't. And then you have the, you know, indie artists that sometimes are very talented and nobody notices them. And you have the grind. It's very similar to the music industry, I think, just with uglier people, I like to say.
Well, it's more or less like universal in that field, because our composer,
Yeah.
like we have people all over the place. We got artists, we got composers, programmers. It's the indie scene is universally the same across the board, whether you're making comics, whether you're making an indie game, whether you're writing a book. It's more or less the same across the board. Like, you are the little dude fighting the big dude, and the best way to deal with like not having access, because you will fail. Odds are you will fail. Most people don't make it. But if you want to make it and you want to do your best, you know, you got to put your all in, but you got to go beyond that. You need to network. Like, this is the information age. Take advantage of that. Use Discord, use Twitter, get in contact with people like Arch, get in contact with people like yourself. You know, hey, you know, maybe we could do a collaboration or something like that. And you work together to network and try to create an indie network. That is the only way you stand any chance of ever making it.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that we do have the internet now is actually, it's a godsend, you know, that we have the freedom that we have as indie creators is we can speak our minds. And if you know, a lot of artists are unfortunately just also really bad at being in front of people, but if you are not bad at being in front of people, if you can talk on streams and you are able to put yourself in front of a crowd, do it, because that helps people get to know you, that helps people, if you can tell people about what you're creating and get an audience to like you as a person, and then are open to looking at your game or your music or your comic, then that's a good thing. Use the internet, promote yourself, because and I think I see like a little bit of fear from a lot of entertainment companies, and I think this is part of where the censorship comes from as well. And like I think they're afraid of how freely and how the internet is kind of this equalizing force, and how freely people can speak, and anybody can rise on the internet if they have the talent. They don't necessarily have to behold themselves to a corporation. I think it makes them scared, but I like that. They should be scared.
I mean, it's cyclical. One day, the new indie scene will get big, and, you know, our stuff will become corrupted, and the cycle will reset. It'll just keep going over and over again. But it's always important to make sure that when you're going indie, you don't have to answer to a publisher. Because answering to a publisher, you start losing, you know, your ability to say what's in the comic. You start having controls. You need to be diverse. You need to insert this element because, you know, like we talked about earlier, because it's what makes everybody like, you know, and the boards love that shit.
Yeah, it's sort of. I think I've heard some people have questioned whether indie creators like myself will ever go for. First of all, I'm my own publisher. I made an LLC for Fiendish. It's called Hellion Arts. I publish my own comics under that imprint. And so far, the intention is just to publish Fiendish under that imprint. But I don't. Why do I need a publisher? The old, the whole line about a lot in Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. That line of "We'll let the past die, kill it if you have to." Why don't we turn it around on them? Because what they're doing isn't necessarily even letting the past die. They're just corrupting mythology that people love. They're not creating anything new, but that's what we're doing, and we're not trying to corrupt what's already been created. We're not disrespecting the giants that came before us. We're building something new. So and I'm fine with that. I think people should do that, and we don't need to sort of be beholden to the old model for creating entertainment, is what I'm saying, and I think that's important. You don't have to, like in comics. When I was going to art school, if you would ask any of the professors, well, how do you break into comics? They would still tell you, well, you have to go to conventions and talk to editors. But by the time I graduated, that was already not true. When you went to conventions, their editors are already not there for you to talk to, and it was already this sort of atmosphere where the way you get into comics is kind of posting your art online, posting your art on Twitter, and more than that, just getting in good with an editor or making friends with people at the company. It wasn't about like just show your portfolio to Joe Quesada and New York Comic Con. It's totally not about that anymore. So sort of the old way of getting into entertainment isn't the only path anymore, and sometimes doesn't even exist. So we can build something new.
Well, that's the thing too, because there are many, many interesting things there. First and foremost, I frequently do disrespect the cake that walks, just to get that out of the way as well. But, all right, because there has never been a better time to be a creative, because there's never been more options and more opportunities, like the internet, the opportunity to network, the opportunity to get on channels like this, to get on Comicsgate, to reach out to people, to get so many connections. Like, even now, like, this is a little fairly small channel, right? We've got 530 people watching right now. That's a fucking convention hall right there. Like, do that 30 years ago. Get 500 people in a room and tell them about your thing, you know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also never been harder, because you are one of millions of people, and they all have a thing. And they all want a piece of that pie. They all want a piece of everybody's extra $5 each month. There is so much entertainment today. It's mind-numbing, the quantity of it. To the point where even finding it is difficult. Like, I look at your comic now, for example, and I'm already thinking, like, yeah, no, I'm going to have to order one of these, because it looks really cool and looks exactly like the kind of stuff I miss from the old days. And yet if it wasn't for V pointing this out, I'd never have known.
Yep, that's the sad reality. Yeah. We would never know about you if it was not for V. Had V not contacted us, we would never have found out about your comic. These people in our audience would never know about this comic, probably ever. And that connection would never have happened. That's also to tie back to the networking thing. And even without V, like, you know, V is a handy guy to have because he's a nice dude. Chill as fuck. He helps promote people. He's always been a good guy. But you should definitely be proactive and actively seeking out more people to collaborate with. Constantly, you know, signal boosting, whether they're small, whether they're big. Make a network, because you never know if that little guy is going to get big one day.
That is true. I have many stories of people who either didn't pay me for work or kind of screwed me over. And let me tell you, people don't forget. So treat people well.
No reason
and-
not to.
Yeah, that's true. Try to not screw people over and just, conduct your business honestly. And you never know if you might. It's not just like if you ever need a favor from anyone in the future. That is true though. And as much as this might not seem fair, almost any business is about your network. It's about well, I think the problem now with a lot of entertainment is not about merit as well. It should be both. It should be about your network, your ability to network, and also about if you can do the job. It should be both. I think that's fair, and that's just reality. So, I think especially on the internet, it is hard. It is hard. And again, I've been putting out my indie comics for like 10 years, and it took this long to get any notice for what I was doing. But if you never try, then you never have a chance, I would say. And I think there are a lot of good people out there who are willing to help creators, and if they like your work, they will promote you. I will say that in YouTube and sort of like the comic side of YouTube, a lot of people I didn't start streaming with any like huge channels like I was on Raging Golden Eagle, and then but before that, I started with tiny channels that had like 3 people viewing, and then also build your own channel. Try to pull people up with you and help and give back to creators, because now more than ever, I think we need people trying to build their own ideas and build something away from corporate entertainment. This is a very dire time for creativity, and it's also it's harder than ever, but again, high risk, high rewards. I think if you can succeed, then the rewards are great.
Definitely. It's also important to remember those that pull the ladders up behind themselves too, because you see that sometimes occasionally we'll get an indie guy that makes it, and then you see them lift up the ladder as other people are like, help. Like, no. You always have to be careful of that, because that's something that happens too. Like a lot of new indies, you'll occasionally see them, they make it, and then they immediately pull up the ladder behind them and then end up joining the corposphere.
Yeah. I see that a lot too, and I guess, that's not going to tell anyone how to conduct their business, right to, but it's kind of scummy, and I think people will remember that. And I don't know. I just think we should see the larger picture that at the end of the day, I think people should care about the art form, right? Of course, everyone should you have to think about yourself. Everybody has mouths to feed, but you should also think about what betters the art form and the larger picture of how do you want entertainment to look in 10 years. So I think it's just, I think, at least personally, I would have less regrets if I know that I tried to help other people along the way, and I think the same would go for most people. Like, wouldn't you regret it less, and wouldn't you feel better about what you've done for entertainment and your career if you try to help people when you had a chance?
Mm-hmm.
I also
Very
like
true.
that part. Renie will remember that.
What? I'll remember.
It's like the old way of doing things. Think about things you mentioned previously, like the rising tide rises all ships. It's an idea that has kind of disappeared from the common idea of things, because like Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy is a fantastic example of this. Do you know where Eddie Murphy is? Incidentally, just no.
Oh, sorry?
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. I don't know him well, but I know.
I wouldn't imagine so, no. But Eddie Murphy, a big name comedian back in the day, incredibly funny guy. And he used to do a lot of very spicy jokes back in the day. And recently, he's disavowed all of that. And he disavows all comedians who do that. I'm like,
Oh, he's
Pulling
one
up
of
the
those.
ladder.
yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Exactly.
gosh.
It's like,
He's like, I may have done it, but now that I've done it, oh god, what's that little tiny dude from Game of Thrones? He did the same thing to dwarfs.
Oh, Dinklage. Right.
yeah, Peter Dinklage.
Yep, he's like,
Yes.
well, let me just hoist this ladder up. Fuck the little guy. I made it. Now fuck you for not making it.
Right. I remember when Game of Thrones first started, and he said a line of, at first he was very offended that he would only get offers for to be cast as a dwarf, and then but then after a while he just realized, well, this is what I am, so I'm going to wear it like armor, just like that's what the line was in Game of Thrones. That was his character. That was actually Tyrion's character. Wear what you are, because everyone else will see it. Wear it like armor, so no one can hurt you with it. And that sort of like self-acceptance and thick skin, and like he just did a total like 180 on that recently, and then it's just beyond the fact that he's sort of, like you said, pulling up the ladder for other dwarf actors. It's just, you didn't used to think like this. Why did you change now that you're successful and in Hollywood? It's like, do people move to LA and they suddenly just become elitists that think you should, I don't know, you have to stay in the lines and you have to only say the right things, otherwise you're not allowed to have a career. It's very strange.
It's all the people around them. It's like you suddenly are surrounded by people and they're all like, oh, don't do that. The director might be offended. And so you bow down. I was like, well, I wouldn't want that. I mean, I have all these nice things now. I have a big house, I got a nice car. I wouldn't want to risk all of this, so
yeah,
guess I'll toe the line.
Yeah, I guess that's part of it, but I don't know. Again, you can't create art, and especially comedy. Like what's been happening in comedy is just completely appalling to me. And I have respect for comedians who double down, for Chappelle and Bill Burr and Will Burr. They and Ricky Gervais. They don't give a shit. They keep on telling offensive jokes, and the whole fact is it's comedy. The point is that comedy is equalizing, and the fact that you can joke about everyone means everybody is equal. And when you mock somebody, it's because you respect them, because you're saying that I know you can take it. And it's kind of like a lot of this urban elite culture doesn't get that. It doesn't get this idea of having a thick skin and being able to take it. And and because of their own sensibilities, they want to put it on the rest of society to stifle themselves, and that has a downstream effect of completely ruining entertainment and creativity, because you can't create while you're afraid. You can't create, you can't be honest and make something if you're constantly afraid of stepping on toes. And I like to compare American comics to manga a lot, and I think that's what makes manga so successful. And let's not pretend that there isn't a lot of drivel in anime and manga, but the pieces that are great, that are huge hits, there are so many huge hits, I think, because Japanese entertainment is completely unbridled, and they are so offended when Westerners, and it's starting now, they're attacking anime and manga. It's incredibly offensive to them when Westerners want to say that you have to censor yourself to be less offensive. Like, the whole point of their entertainment is that this is a release. It's just entertainment. It's fiction, and you're allowed to be as offensive as you want. And I think that's healthy for a culture, because if you can't speak freely, if you can't express yourself freely in entertainment, well, then it's going to manifest in real life, and then you start having riots. Oh wait, we have actually seen that. Weird.
Yeah, but riots are fun, though.
Protests, you mean? But yeah.
I mean protests that were entirely peaceful.
Of course.
Well, hold on. Mostly peaceful.
Well, fiery,
Yes.
but mostly peaceful.
Yes. Are we allowed to talk about that?
It's just Arch's channel. I'm sure it'll be fun.
No, I will not say more. But yeah, you can't create while you're afraid. And I think in Hollywood and in the comics industry, at least when I was working in mainstream comics, I felt this distinct, just pervasive fear. More than anything, I don't know how to describe it, but it wasn't even just that people were professional. Everyone should be professional. Not saying when you work in a company, of course, you shouldn't go around trying to offend everybody, but it was this pervasive fear of saying anything that would piss off, especially the editors and just anybody who like doing anything that would make anyone uncomfortable. And that's completely stifling for creativity. And I had to get away from that. And I think a lot of people are feeling that. And you should. I encourage anybody who feels like they want to create freely. There is a place for you. There are people who will support your independent work. put yourself out there. Reach out to me. Reach out to other people on Twitter. Reach out to start coming into the YouTube chats. Put up a website. Put up a campaign. Start small. It doesn't matter if your campaign only makes like $1,000 at first. It's something. You have to start from somewhere, and you have to believe in yourself. That, well, again, if you never try, then you'll never find out. You'll never have a chance.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely true. You have to try, even though it's probably going to be a long and a difficult road in many ways.
Yes.
Especially today. And that's another aspect too. Like, it's never been harder and it's never been easier because internet connections, etc. But it's also because you say the wrong thing today, and you will be absolutely fucking rolled over by it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was worse a few years ago. I wasn't as online a few years ago, but I think, I don't know if it's gotten better or worse. I think the general public and like society has just kind of gotten tired of the censorship, and even normal people have got kind of just had enough of it with all the pushback against entertainment and online discourse and all this stuff, which I think is great. But there's still a lot of it out there. There's still, companies are still afraid of like Twitter mobs and stuff, and you might get pushback, you might piss people off, but also that's another thing, you can't be afraid of pissing people off. You're not going to please anybody. I'm sorry, there's going to be people who talk shit about you on Twitter. There's gonna but that means you're honestly, now I take it as that means you're doing something right, especially if you're pissing off the right kind of people, namely the people who want to censor creativity. It's fine to piss those people off, in my humble opinion. And it's also, there is no way of putting your work out there and being an artist without offending somebody. So as long as you understand your vision and you are you believe that you're putting out your vision and you have fans who understand it, I think you should prevail. You can't be afraid. Again, you can't, as an artist, you cannot approach your work with fear. Don't do that.
That's true. Though you also need to approach it with the knowledge that you might be under siege. Like, it's one of those parts that you've got to think about as you are moving into the creative sphere, that it isn't a level playing field anymore. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
There are some people that are going to be very far above you and who might have vested interests in crushing you.
Oh yeah, there will be people who for very silly reasons, honestly, are out to get you. For example, apparently, or so I've been told, I've been blacklisted from Marvel because I promoted my comic with the wrong people. And it was shocking to me at first, but frankly, now I don't give a shit. Because I don't need to depend on them, and that's the price that I had to pay for my dream project, and to find success and independence in the way that I chose. Well, I'll pay that price because I think it's stupid. Like, it's I don't. You don't need to please everybody, and if I'm being blacklisted just because I promoted my book with people who criticize mainstream entertainment and have opinions that these corporations don't like, it's not even anything I said. I'm not particularly controversial. I just talk comics and I put out my book. I'm against that kind of culture, that guilt by association and the censorious culture of you have to stay in the lines and be a good little girl and behave. So I'm not going to apologize for promoting my book the way I want, and if they want to blacklist me, then go ahead. Fuck it. Not everybody needs their old model for putting out entertainment anymore. Not everybody needs them to be successful. I'm sorry, but I'm not.
See, that's interesting too, because getting blacklisted for talking to to
right,
you know
and
what
also
that's like.
right, but it was also really funny. I mean, we don't have to get into it, but if you're interested, we can.
Arch can explain his perspective. Isn't that right,
I mean,
Blacklisted
I'm
Boy?
fine either way. If you want to talk about it, then sure. But if there's something you want to avoid, that's fine too. So it's entirely on you. Because
I've
I don't
no
mind.
problem.
I just find it fascinating. There's like, yes, you spoke to somebody. We don't like him, so I guess you can never work or be affiliated with us ever again. Like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and also sort of the message I got was, well, you're being blacklisted for talking to this person, for promoting your book with this person, but if you denounce them, you can save your career. And
If you denounce them, like, fuck.
right.
What is this? The 15th century church?
No, apparently we live in Mao Zedong's China now, is my first thought when I got that message, to be honest.
Like, if you denounce them. Like, what, in a public ritual or something? Like, will there be dancing?
Well, that's what these Twitter mobs are. They want you to denounce the thing, and it's like you're being excommunicated, and you have to apologize for being a blasphemer, and it's like so stupid because, I mean, what is this, a struggle session but on Twitter? And it's very strange. And the chat is saying, yeah, the blacklist is real. So that absolutely does happen. I mean, it's so silly that entertainment people get blacklisted for, the wrong opinions, not for like doing some horrible thing like murdering or anything. It's absolutely silly when I explain it to non-Americans and like my friends in Asia. It's stupid. But yeah, it really is like this sort of almost cultish public apology that they want you to do, like, oh, I'm so sorry for breaching these boundaries and please take me back into your little in-group. But here's the thing, what if I don't care about your in-group? And when I got that message, my first thought was honestly, first of all, I laughed because it was so juvenile. Like, are we in a high school cafeteria? But then again, Marvel also hadn't given me work for a couple of years at that point, and I already wasn't dependent on them for my career. I had been freelancing for a while. I was working. I had another job already. I hadn't been working for Marvel for a while because they just paid so badly. I had to move back to my parents' apartment because they were like paying slavery wages. Well, not slavery wages. That's obviously not the right way to put it. They were paying poverty wages. So like,
yeah,
I really
slave
didn't...
owners used to provide a house and board and food for their employees.
Yeah, I didn't even get that for free. It was literally poverty wages at some time, and it was so I didn't care. Why did it seem like working for a corporation was the end all be all? I realized, to the person who messaged me, to the multiple people who told me, who were telling me that I was I was promoting my book the wrong way, talking to the wrong people. To them, working for these large corporations was the only path to a real career. They didn't understand that I didn't care, and I never cared. And even when I was working for Marvel, I didn't see Marvel as the end all be all. It wasn't my dream to work for Marvel. I want to be independent. It just wasn't. We have like a complete different view of what having a career means. I think if you have a product and you're paying the bills with it and your customer is happy with it, then you have a career, right? You don't have to be approved by some kind of little in group or somebody's club to have a legitimate career. It's silly.
Oh, I absolutely agree. We need to redefine the measure of success in this regard. You do not have to be PewDiePie to be successful in YouTube. If you can live off it, that's success. You are now a successful YouTuber, as far as I'm concerned. Like, if you can make a game and you can live off that, great. You're a game developer now.
Yeah. I think and a lot of that. But like, why are these people so spiteful? Just be happy that creatives are finding success. Whether or not it's with people you agree with politically, just be happy for people's success. And not everyone has to go through the same avenues, not everyone has to agree, and not everyone has to sort of express themselves the same way. Again, the art should come first. If people are creating good art and if they're putting out more comics, more entertainment, more games, that should be what's important. It shouldn't be about, well, are you in the right in-group?
But it's not their success. And that's the thing. It is one of those differences of perspective, I guess I'd call it. Like, from my perspective, Because all humans do this, regardless of things. They look at other people and go like, well, what can I gain from you? As a just natural secondary thing. Like, for example, you're a comic artist. I'm saying like, okay, well, cool. Maybe I can collaborate with this person in the future. Maybe we can have comics made for our cool ass thing too at some point. Maybe she'll grow huge and then I can go on her channel, etc. But the overarching real point here is like, well, I want more people to make more things, and I think everyone will benefit from people doing more things. It'll move more people over into the alternative creative sphere, which is nothing but a good thing. Like, even if we are talking about the corporate side of things, if things that are good become popular again, there's no loss here for anyone, really.
Yeah.
But if you're already in that corporation, well, this is competition, isn't it? It's somebody else trying to take your meal ticket away by making something that you, well, could, maybe, but you're not. And you're bound by all of those social rules. Like, you can't do it because you can't even talk about it. You certainly can't suggest it.
Yep, and I think especially with comics, but I don't really know if it's the same in gaming or other entertainment. Comics has a unique advantage because it's relatively easy to make with a very small team, but I imagine it's similar with gaming. I think you know, so you'll notice that a lot of creators that are breaking out and finding huge success outside of Marvel or DC or Image or sort of like the old publishing models. Eric July is a really good example of this, where he wasn't even like a previous pro for Marvel or DC. He built his own YouTube channel. People like his takes on politics and culture. Then he became a writer and decided to put out his own comic. And he said that the most backlash he got was not for talking politics. It was for putting out his own comic, and that's where he's gotten the most hate. And it's really curious why, but I think it really is that these companies and also people who real understand that their only path to success is by working for these companies and through sort of the old corporate model. They're threatened by people finding independence outside of the old sort of status quo and the old industry and how things used to be. And it's not necessarily because crowdfunding or independent comics, independent media really has as big of an audience or makes just as much money as corporate entertainment. Like, we don't, not even close. Independent comics are even like campaigns that are like $500,000 or $1 million, which we've had. Eric July made like $3 million or something insane like that. That pales in comparison to Marvel and DC, but we don't have to compete with them. What threatens them is we're sending out a message to creators there that do have it within themselves to create something original, because there are creators that still work for Marvel and DC and all these companies that have it within themselves to break free and make something new, and they probably just feel like that's not a reality and they can't do it. We're sending a message to them that that's possible. You can leave and you can be independent. We're here for you, and that's the threat.
It is. It's taking away their talent, shall we say.
Yeah, I think that's what it really is. So I think people should keep in mind that when you hear about the blacklisting and a lot of the smears and, there's a lot of silly smears. I mean, I'm sure you guys have dealt with it. Apparently, criticizing culture or corporate entertainment in any way means you're part of a hate group now, apparently. So, and that term has been watered down so much, it's kind of ridiculous. But that's a tactic. It's not, because I don't think a lot of these people actually believe in what they're saying. I think they're really afraid of creative independence and competition. I think that's what it is. But yeah, you shouldn't be afraid of it, because more creativity and people making comics and more people putting out their own books like Shad is doing, and more people making their own games is a good thing. We need more.
It is a useful tool to wield. It's a weapon, like so many other things.
It's a weapon, yes.
And it is very much so real. I mean, you the blacklist is real. I know. I am the blacklist.
Oh, have you had the same experience? I'm
yes.
curious. Kim said you had a lot to say about blacklisting. I would like to hear that.
My first experience with this was with a video game company, Creative Assembly, who was making a game based on a setting I was very fond of, Warhammer. And they were very talkative to begin with. Like, I had them on Skype and stuff back when that was a thing. And they were even like, "Hey, you should come on over. We're gonna have this party for one of the big PR events." Like, "Oh, cool, that'll be great." Then I started talking about their game and pointing out some of the problems. And after which they became very, 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 very quiet. Very quiet. And eventually, one of the people hosting one of the Creative Assembly podcast things, one of those PR things that companies do, on the air, live streaming, decided to end the segment with "Arch is an asshole."
Dickhead.
Oh, that was it.
I remember.
Dickhead. Thank you.
It was sent to me.
Very nice.
So, I am very certain that there's a list with my name on it.
There was an official company statement, and then they issued a retraction about it, but they couldn't be asked to apologize to Arch, so they said, "We're sorry to whoever it offends. Fuck off."
Yes, if anyone has been offended by this, it's very unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but you can go away now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
I also have several authors working for Black Library, which is a publishing arm of Games Workshop, which is the company that owns the IP I'm really fond of, Warhammer. I have many authors who have had lengthy Twitter tirades about and one of them was, he even said it, like, "I am not allowed to speak about this person." Like, I am Voldemort now. Good.
You are Voldemort, right? That's so strange, because even though I would still think it's ridiculous, I don't think anyone should be blacklisted besides from straight-up criminals. But then again, in not like Hollywood, you do have actual straight-up criminals continuing to work as long as they say the right things politically. So
well, you see, Arch
upside-down world.
Arch made the mistake.
I was about to point out, like, if I was a murderer, that would eventually be forgiven.
Well, no, you're worse, Arch. See, you hung out with the alt-right.
Oh, right. Yeah, you totally have.
Sorry, Arch, but the golden one's a Nazi. You're a bad man now.
The thing
and
is,
Sargon's probably worse.
Probably also
Sargon's
Nazi.
so terrible. Yeah. I mean, the thing though is, it's not even about done, it's about saying the wrong things. And I've noticed that even people like Clownfish TV, I think they've mentioned that I think they're kind of like light blacklisted from a lot of corners of comics and entertainment, and it's just because they criticize corporate entertainment and they are honest about their opinions and they don't always kiss ass, and because of that work with them, and they're very milquetoast. They're not even, they're not like even political, they don't talk a lot of politics. They're very much normal people, and if that's all it takes for you to get quote-unquote blacklisted, then what does a blacklist even mean? And why should you be afraid of it? It's dumb. Is it just if you speak your mind, if you say any negative at all, if you don't toe the line, then you're on a quote-unquote blacklist? Well, too bad. I don't particularly give a shit because there's a bigger world out there. Build your own thing.
There's the thing too. This started with Bethesda, really, because Bethesda had this idea. This was maybe, I don't even know. This was a long fucking time ago, where they basically put out a public statement saying that they weren't going to furnish review keys to publishing sites that they didn't like and people they didn't like. And I mean, okay, that's your right, I suppose. You're a private company, all that. You can do whatever you want, blah blah blah. But that also opened the door for everyone else to start doing this. I remember I was a huge fan of Total Biscuit. It was a YouTube reviewer, and he too started talking about how they wouldn't get review keys anymore because, well, they didn't need him. There was thousands of other YouTubers. They were smaller, but there were more of them, and more importantly, they'd toe the fucking line. Whereas people like him, well, they might give a negative opinion. That might be really damaging. So it's better to have 100 smaller creators who will all be overawed and overjoyed at your mere tension cover your game than one big person who might not like it. And they can afford that now because there's so many that okay, they don't really care. It's better to not risk it from their perspective.
Right. Damn.
The backlash itself is tiny by comparison. It's like, oh, you blacklisted who? And they're never going to say it either. So you kind of have to infer it. And then you sound paranoid. Like, well, I think these people don't like me. Like, how do you know?
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is, deniability, and I won't I won't get into too many details, but a lot of people who have broken away and are doing crowdfunded comics on Indiegogo, and especially people who have broken away from mainstream comics, we've actually had our businesses interfered with. There's been cases of tortious interference. There have been people calling up printers and editors that people work with in the indie scene and telling them, don't work with these people or your business will be threatened. That's how bad it's gotten. And it's just weird. But it's always on the back end, right? It's this sort of quiet on the download thing where they talk in back channels, or certain people just suddenly stop interacting with you, and you seem paranoid if you like come out and say, well, I think I'm being blacklisted, or I think they're like purposely trying to ruin my business. But if it's happening to you, you kind of know it. But unless it's happened to you, you don't really understand what it's like,
Mm-hmm. I've been threatened with a lawsuit or my channel name for this shit.
Oh, really?
Yep. It's when you're out of the club, you're out of the club.
Yeah, it really is like a club. But I don't know. I don't think entertainment should be like that. I'm sorry that stuff's happened to you. That just seems so juvenile, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be better for entertainment company to just like be open to some criticism, and it would look better for them to, like, even if people were like, some people said, this review was controversial, wouldn't it just look better for them to just take it? I don't know. It's just very strange.
Well, eventually the wheel will turn enough to the point where it'll actually be a positive PR move for them to basically say, no, we don't care. Like, we're going to give everyone the ability to review our thing. And that alone will be a PR win. And the thing is, too, I don't consider myself particularly vindictive. Like, if Carried Assembly makes a game that I like, I will say that it's a good game. Maybe that's what they fear, too. It's like, well, that's the thing, isn't it? People recognize others based on themselves. So if you've got a bunch of little fucking shits writing lists in their houses, they might think that other people's are writing lists too.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it would just assume everyone else is just as exclusionary. I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
Sounds pretty human to me. Humans love to exclude each other.
I guess that's true. I'm being too nice about it.
You're being kind of alien, a little bit like a lobster.
Oh, yeah. But I am a lobster.
Is that true?
The lobsters.
Yeah.
When do we get our lobster tail? Lobster tail when?
Lobster tail?
Yeah.
I'm lost. I'm sorry. Please save me.
It's okay. I tried.
Okay.
It's just Kyle. Nobody understands him anyways.
All right.
I understand me. That's all that matters.
Well, at least I'm not alone. I think.
But yeah, that's just the entertainment industry. And hell, you could argue that it's always been this to a degree, and probably has. You know, actresses in 1950s Hollywood probably had to know which penises to molest as well, without to have any hope of getting in a leading role, etc.
Yeah.
Considering the revelations about a certain fat movie director, that seems.
Oh my gosh. I do think, right, especially Hollywood has probably always been like this. It's always been about, you know, who sucks whose dick the most. And more than that, and just who curries favor with who. It's probably a little naive and, you know, you're viewing the past with rose-tinted glasses to say that, well, things always used to be only about the art. Even Disney was not like that, but I don't think it used to be this bad. Yeah. I don't know. At least Disney
we
had
wouldn't
a
have seen
golden
it,
age.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess we wouldn't know. But I guess it doesn't matter. The point is, it's not really a healthy state for entertainment to be in. Maybe it's always been like this, and they're just extra afraid now because there is the internet, and that's the new thing that's kind of throwing a wrench in everything. There is this avenue for people who are completely independent and who don't really want to toe the line of the sort of cultural overlords to rise up. And maybe that's why they're being extra scared right now.
A culture of outcasts. And hey, if I am right in saying that
Rebels.
they're very worried about what might happen to them if they themselves are assholes. Like, well, wow, we've done lots of terrible terrible things to these people. They're going to be really mean to us if they ever get the stick. Can't deny it, I guess.
Oh, I'll be very nice. I won't do anything. I'm very forgiving.
There are at least some directors over at Disney that I think perhaps is going to have a hard time. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, some of them probably deserve it. I'll agree with that.
Some of them.
Some of them.
After House of Dragons, I'm definitely thinking about sending the Kate that walks to enforced fat camp for a while.
Oh, did you like House of Dragons?
No, hated it a lot.
It was ass.
Oh, really? Huh.
Too woke for me.
I watched the first few episodes. I liked the first few, but then I heard it got bad, or it wasn't. I heard it didn't get like horrible. It wasn't Rings of Power, but it got more woke after the first couple episodes. So I have yet to see.
See, Kyle, the general zeitgeist is coming around to our perspective.
See, the problem is we're ahead of the curve on most things. We're just waiting for the world to catch up with us. It's kind of annoying.
That is true.
Maybe. Well, chat says everyone else likes it. So...
Well, the chat's still coming around to our side of the point of view. They just have yet to realize it.
Maybe it just takes time. We're just so hungry for anything that's doesn't suck as bad as the Rings of Power.
Hey, listen, chat. We started watching Stargate again, and Stargate's fucking awesome. Go watch the first couple seasons of Stargate, chat. And then compare that to modern media, and realize how far your fucking little pathetic standards have fallen. Then you'll realize who was right.
I say
everybody should just read manga and go watch Asian entertainment. There you go. I'm gonna promote the art of my own people. That's where the good stuff is.
I mean, I can't really disagree. Manga is considerably superior to Western entertainment these days.
It really is, and there's so much good stuff. I think manga has been... there was a bit of a lull. I think the 90s there was obviously kind of a renaissance, and then early 2000s there was a bit of a lull. But yeah, right now there's a lot of good stuff coming out. And then there you have this huge library of like half a century of amazing works There's a lot of material. Yeah, I'm glad to see how much it's spreading, and it really says something that it's gotten so big in the West, because when I first moved to America over like 10 years ago, you couldn't find any manga, and it was so weird. There was, because manga is so pervasive in Asia, you could find it at like every 7-Eleven, in every store. There were, cartoons and manga and anime was, and it just seemed like it wasn't the same in the States, and even American comics wasn't in every corner store by the early 2000s. But now it's sort of, manga has taken its place, and I think that shows that there is a hunger for good entertainment. And for me personally, I think that means that there is an audience that is open to the medium of comics, because manga is just it's a type of comics. It's not that the medium or the type of entertainment is like there's some modern audience that just doesn't like, that kind of like just good old-fashioned entertainment anymore. That's not true. People still like what they've always liked, and it's not that comics as a medium doesn't sell, because I've heard that a lot in sort of the American industry, that, well, we're just going to settle for the fact that people just don't really read comics and there's just no money in comics. Excuse me, look at manga. That's complete bullshit. The problem isn't the medium, is that you guys are shit at doing your job, and you guys create shit entertainment, and you're not good at promoting yourselves. So, stop sucking. That would be great.
This has happened in gaming too, again and again, because that's heavily genre specific. The industry basically declares something to be dead, like horror is dead, or strategy is dead, and then everybody stops making it. And then somebody goes like, but what if I did it? And then it becomes a huge success. And suddenly, everyone does it.
Yeah. Like, what I've noticed is also animation. They were declaring that 2D animation was dead some, 12 years ago, and then everybody stopped learning 2D animation. Sort of this art form, this tradition of American 2D animation died because a whole generation stopped training in it. And now it's just everything is 3D, and there's a lot of bad 3D out there, and it's almost like people who can do 2D animation are unicorns, and they're treasured because it's this lost art. So,
wow, your stuff doesn't suck. It's amazing.
it looks really professional.
I mean, you mentioned Berserk. I take it then you've seen the 3D Berserk.
I wish I didn't. I mean, what? That never happened.
See, I mean, it wasn't a disaster, I guess, but...
Oh no, it was. But it was. that issue was... That was a different issue, though. It wasn't a 3D, I think. Okay, Japanese entertainment is great, but even they have their limitations, and they should stick to what they're good at. For example, y'all are not that great at live action, so just stop. Stick to animation, please. Leave the live action for the current.
Netflix has already moved into the anime market and is working hard to turn it into a Western property.
Oh no, please strangle me now.
We can all look forward to far more Cowboy Bebop in our future.
I don't know. I'm just jaded at this point. Because I realize that there's nothing I can do from continually buying these anime properties and ruining them. So I kind of just want them to get it out of the system, and for everybody to just realize that it's never going to turn out well. They don't know how to adapt any of this shit. It's always going to suck, so just stop giving them money. Just let them burn out on it. Let them piss everybody off, and just go ahead and ruin it. I still have my original Cowboy Bebop. Who cares? They can do whatever they want. Go ahead, suck all you want.
Good. The only way to get rid of it. I'm sure One Piece live action will be great for Netflix's bottom line.
Why are we talking about this? Let's talk about something happy.
We could talk about a comic.
Comic?
Yeah. The one we're here to show.
We can, yeah.
Instead of modern media. Ugh.
Well, this is modern media. It's just not corporate entertainment.
Yeah, but it's good modern.
Oh,
here he's regressing.
let's talk about something not depressing.
Wow.
Everyone can find out more about my fantasy that is also mildly dark and depressing because my main character's family gets killed in the opening scene. But
That's spoilers.
But it is good entertainment. Well, it's like the opening scene.
Yeah, but don't tell them. They'll find out.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the whole premise
Make
of the
them go
story.
look. You gotta make them look first.
Well, I have to tell them to pitch it, though. That's the whole pitch.
Yeah, but you don't pitch the what
That's
happens.
not very intelligent. In fact, continue. Like, even better, give us the sales pitch, and then we'll move on to super chats afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, well, yes. So Fiendish is the story about mainly revolving around my main character, Casimir. 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 That's
Okay.
the name of my main character. It's a Polish name, impossible to pronounce, as most of our names are. And when Casimir was a young boy, his hometown was targeted by a mysterious demon attack, and he lost most of the people that he knew in this horrific event. And as far as he knows, he was the only person to escape. So he escaped from his hometown. He grew up somewhere else, tried to forget about all these horrific events, and years and years later, even though this is a fantasy world and there are magical creatures and stuff like that, these specific monsters that appeared in this remote village was not anything that people knew about. It's very much a mystery, and it's very much something that only he saw because he was a sole survivor, and a lot of people didn't believe his version of events. But years later, as an adult, one of these monsters resurfaces, and that's how the story starts. He finds a man who was murdered by one of these creatures, and he takes it upon himself to go on a journey to find the truth behind these fiends, and finally revisit his past and use his unique knowledge of what happened to his family and hometown to stop this infestation.
Very cool.
There you go.
There you go.
And will there be elves and wolves involved?
They actually aren't elves per se. So with my goal with this comic was I wanted to build an. I don't have elves. I created my own fantasy races, and if you go on the Fiendish website, I have the most of the species that I've created so far that are fleshed out. I have a whole world building section over there. Like I mentioned, I created a language for this comic because I'm probably mildly insane, and I have the world map on there. I have the a pantheon that's also pretty well fleshed out. So I put a lot into the world building, and I didn't want to be derivative of any other type of fantasy. I very much wanted this to be something original to my world. If you read into like the pantheon and the world building, and when I revealed the magic system, which hasn't really come into play in the story so far yet, but it will in chapter 3, which is the upcoming book that should be I should be launching that sometime next year. That a lot of my world building revolves around duality. Even though the aesthetics of my comic are very much, it's obviously influenced by European mythology, a lot of Norse mythology and Slavic mythology. If you read how I constructed the language and the sort of like the spirits and the more supernatural stuff, it's also very influenced by Asian mythology. There's a bit of Shintoism in the way the pantheon is constructed, and the language works a little bit like Japanese writing, where you have kanji, hiragana, and katakana. Because I grew up in Asia, I grew up in Taiwan, Chinese. So what I like to do is I like to sort of make my work a merger of East and West. I think that's a unique perspective that I have that very few creators can bring to their work in a honest and genuine way. So yeah, that's how I approach things.
Very interesting.
And you mentioned you were going to do, what was it, 12 chapters or entries, like books?
It's about at least 12, I think, so far. It was actually more, and I've been trying to cut down because I would want to finish this before 80. But it is a long form story. I have everything like the main story points are all laid out. I know how it ends and everything, but I'm kind of like refining things as I go along. I have the first arc written out. I just finished scripting the first arc, which is the first 4 books. I think it'll be the first 4 books. So every arc is about 4 or 5 books, and there are 4. Well, no. Okay, so it's going to be more than 12 books, but I'm trying to cut back. So every arc should be like 4 or 3 books ish, and there are 4 arcs in total so far. So yeah, it's a big project, but I think it's worth it.
Long-term thing.
It is definitely a long term. You know, I don't think I can get invested in it. Like, I like the challenge, I like the investment, and it's what I want to do. So and this is another reason where it was very hard for me to go to publishers. It's not even that I didn't show my publishers, it was just I was told either it was really weird because I was either told that my work was too manga for them, which is a little strange because manga seems pretty popular now, but I guess they were looking for like a house style. So I had publishers that didn't want me because my drawing was too manga, or they would not be open to a long form comic because I wasn't famous and they didn't like it just wasn't worth the investment, which I actually kind of understand. They had no guarantee that my books were going to sell, so why would they give me a long form comic? I'm not Neil Gaiman. So but like, I believe in this project. I know where it's going, and I'm really excited. I'm obviously extremely invested in this. I know I can draw this for the next 15 years of my life, which is what it's going to be. So I'm going to follow through with it. And luckily, we have the internet, and there is Indiegogo, and there is this independent scene where I can find an audience and I have a chance to show everybody what I'm doing independently. So I'm not going to waste this chance that I've been given. I'm going to deliver to you guys the best work that I can.
Good. And I think long form is actually the better choice anyways, because people want to be invested in a thing, I think. Like, a short single thing entry might be what the publisher wants, but I don't think it's what the readership necessarily wants. Because... you know, if it's a single story, you can definitely make a good single story, you know? But in this day and age, I think we want to build relationships with the settings and characters that we look at in our entertainment. I mean, look at manga, for example. Like, how many thousands chapters are One Piece on now? How many hundreds of fucking episodes? Bleach, God help me, etc.? The biggest ones are usually the longest ones. Even just a basic manga can have dozens upon dozens upon dozens upon dozens of chapters.
Yeah, I think the reader wants that kind of high investment entertainment, and it's not that I have anything against sort of, you know, short form comics or shorter series, but you know, I think you need to have both. It can't just I think there should be a bit of a balance, and especially in the American indie scene, there's a lot of short series, and there's nothing that's really long and epic, and it always made me kind of sad that you don't see that in comics just in general a lot, except for stuff like Berserk and One Piece. And I don't know, I think the readers are willing to invest in that, so creators should give it a shot.
I definitely do. Particularly as also, like, over here, one of the big problems I have with Western comics, too, is... I know, we'll move on to Super Chats eventually. Soon, okay? Super Chats, soon. But even though we have characters that are ancient, like Batman's like 82 years old or something, they're just being restarted all the time, or they're being reimagined in dumb ways. Like, Ironheart is a little favorite hate child of mine, because she's been relaunched, I think, 3 times now. Like, Captain Marvel has been relaunched, like, damn near a dozen times. There's, like, a #1 issue. Like, number 1 issue, yes.
Right.
So it's the same character, the same abilities, often the same fucking villains, everything's the goddamn same, but it's just starting from ground zero for some reason again. Because
Right.
there's no continuity, despite the fact that there is obvious continuity. Like, Batman's always been Batman, except he hasn't. Batman has been a dinosaur. Batman has been in Victorian London. Batman has been in space. Batman has fought Judge Dredd, etc., etc.
I know. Like, okay, I try to not complain about this too much because I don't actually want to offend people who are really invested in superheroes, but I don't really get it. It just seems so strange that you have a character that is just constantly rebooted and regurgitated, and I feel like that weighs down the core of who the character is. While I recognize that there are runs by brilliant writers that are really good takes on those characters, wouldn't it be better to just create a new character and have something that stands on its own? But maybe that's my own biases coming from but I do think that's better and that's healthier for entertainment and also fosters more talent.
Well, I think that one of the biggest issues we face here is a lot of people and the creators themselves it's easier to make something that they know everybody loves and likes than it is to not make something new. It's a much bigger risk to take financially. And then the second component is a lot of people, and I don't get it either because I'm in the same crowd as you, but a lot of people just like seeing Batman again because they just like Batman. Like, it is. Yeah. I think it's just that simple. People just want to look at Batman again.
Yeah. Like, I get it, but also I don't really get it. Or
yeah.
I mean, they're free to do whatever they want. I'm not run their business, but we need more stuff.
It'd be nice to get some new things. Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah.
It's not for me. I'll say that much either. I just don't get it either.
Yeah, let's have that, and let's have some, some original characters, new characters, and stuff. Just, let's have some more avenues for new characters. And, it would be great to not have large corporations trying to prevent that competition as well. That would be really nice, wouldn't it?
It would be.
For me, one of the aspects of this is that many of these heroes are also things that we have that long-term relationship with, which is why I think a lot of people like superheroes and don't mind seeing them again and again in many cases. And I don't mind either. Like, Superman, for example. I like Superman for what he was originally, a hero. That's what Superman is. He's intended to be the hero. And that's it. The schoolboy hero. Simple, yet effective. Like, and by God, today, man, do I miss just a simple fucking story of good versus evil. Everything's got to be dark and gritty and retarded now. I hated the latest Batman movie because it tries the same thing. Like, Batman is a twink now. It's like, why? Why is this a thing? I don't understand.
Well, but that's everybody now.
Like, honestly, I would rather. Okay, if you're gonna do that, right? Then make a new character. Fine. Like, if this is your idea of Batman, make Batman, but he's Batu Manu, or I don't fucking know, something stupid, right? If you're gonna make a different Superman, make a different character. Let these characters be what they are, and instead try to be honest to those characters. Because people will love that a lot more. Like, the reason why people adore Henry Cavill as The Witcher is because he's Geralt. He comes across as Geralt. He doesn't try to be a different Geralt. He doesn't try to act him in a different way or interpret him. He simply tries to represent the character that people like. And it's such a retarded thing. Like, people like this thing. Okay, so I shouldn't do that. Like, what?
Yeah, I would say the key is to, just create new characters. And I don't have... If somebody wants to make an ultra woke character, but it's original, like, that's their freedom to.
Don't make him Superman's son.
Yeah, and you would say, well, that's not. It's still a pre-established character, and with Batman, well, technically, they changed Robin's sexuality, and then you got to get into Iceman. Also had the same issue, except it was done in a way that was a little violating. It was really weird. Yeah, right. Like, why don't you create new characters? I would say is the main issue.
It's also because they probably know it won't sell. Because that's the issue. If you make a new character and the character plot is he's a woke homosexual, it's like pitch that at the board meeting.
Well, yeah, but go ahead and do that with a new character.
But nobody would pick it up. That's the issue. Like,
yeah.
even at the woke company, they'll look at that and go, "Yeah, but is this gonna sell?" Like, no.
I think a lot of it is, frankly, these companies. It's like sort of emotional terrorism, for lack of a better term. They're like guilted into it. I wish people just had balls more and just said, no, you're not gonna fuck with this shit. Like, is that a little too honest?
Like, you'd think they'd have an economical incentive too. It's like, oh, no, just make Batman again, please. It'll sell.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't think they realize. I think economic incentive because it'll sell to a modern audience, but I don't know. I think they'll be proven wrong. Yeah. Can you?
I don't think the modern audience is as modern as they think it is.
Yeah, I don't think I think people are against gay characters or trans characters. So that's the modern audience, but the modern audience is still going to be pissed off if you change a pre-established character's entire backstory and who they are, like how they change beyond from like we're talking about character sexualities, how they changed Luke Skywalker's character. Like the core of his character just wasn't how he came across in the new trilogy, and that's what pissed people off. And I think the companies, they're being told that if they make these changes, they'll make money, and they need to learn a hard lesson that no, they're just going to they're going to alienate regular people.
Probably. And again, it isn't that people don't like, well, gay people, I guess. How do I put it? I don't think people like gay characters, as in a gay person whose character is being gay.
Well, that's not a character, because straight characters don't go around just focused on
I am so straight.
Right, so why do they write gay people like that? That kind of I'm sorry, can you show everyone my comic website too? Sorry for interjecting, but I kind of want to pimp off the website as well. But anyways, yeah, I think what also bothers people is when, for example, I don't want to see a character whose entire identity is just they're Asian. That doesn't make me relate to them. That doesn't make me feel like I'm so represented. It's just kind of cringy. Because what matters more should be, are they a good character? Do they have an interesting character arc before anything else? And they can be Asian, they can be gay, they can be whatever you want them to be. But when you build an entire character around just their identity, it seems like you're almost mocking that identity instead of representation. It's like a cartoonish, fake representation of a certain group. It really comes across that way, and there's been a lot of examples been roundly mocking when recently Marvel did this Marvel What If. They do these what if little spin-offs of characters, and they made Miles Morales Thor. And when they made Miles Morales Thor, it was just the most comical, stereotypical representation of what they think Black culture is, and it was completely cringy and horrible. It was so bad, his hammer had graffiti on it, and and he was wearing sneakers and all these other things, and there was this really cringy line from it, he was yelling, "By Odin's Fade!" Everybody was making fun of it. And then for Hispanic Heritage Month, they had Green Lantern. They had this. It wasn't just Green Lantern. Green Lantern was the one that was mocked the most, but the series of covers. They made this series of covers with Hispanic DC characters, but all of them had something to do with food. It was Green Lantern floating in space, holding a plastic bag of tamales, and that was their idea of Hispanic representation. And then there was Hot Girl being a waitress serving I think burritos or tamales or something. So it just becomes comical. I think it's almost like they want to pat themselves on the back and tell themselves, "Oh, I'm being such a good person. I'm so progressive. I'm representing all these poor minorities," and they don't understand that. Well, they don't really have they don't see these groups that they might be well intentioned, but they actually don't have a genuine understanding of these cultures and these groups of people. So they're, well, maybe they have good intentions, they're not doing it the right way, and it's really insulting, and they should just stop, or at least, I don't know your limits, I think. And yeah, so you shouldn't build characters around when they're with their identities coming first. Should be more to a character.
The audience needs to like the character first, and then maybe they'll care about who they want to sleep with.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care who a character sleeps with. You know, I really don't. It could be, you know, as long as it's a consensual man, woman, I don't care. Please give them a character arc. That's all that I want at this point. That's all I want. I'm not.
Okay, let's see. Have we gone over most of our topics then? I think maybe.
Was there anything else you wanted about? I don't know. I have a. We can. I don't know. I can go on forever. You want me? But I assume you don't have another 5 hours for me to ramble about like making comics and building a pantheon and shit like that.
Well, if there is a thing you want to tell us about, please do go ahead.
Oh, no, really, I'm gonna go on for way too long. But I do have a lot of other material on my website. As you can see, thank you, Kibbs, for pulling up the preview on my website. I have I have the first 22 pages of Chapter 1 of Fiendish available on the website just for free, because I know that a lot of people, I'm a new creator to a lot of people, and you know, I realized that if you haven't read my work, you might not know if my work is for you entirely. So I put up a huge preview right on fiendishcomic.com for you to take a look, and I'm sure you're going to like what you see. There's a fair warning, there's gore, as you can tell right there on that page. There's a fair bit of violence in every book. It's not like a meathead, nothing but action kind of comic.
I wouldn't worry about these guys. They're
Right.
fine with violence.
And I was gonna say that I don't think your audience would really mind a little gore and violence. So it's not nothing but gore and violence, but because that's another thing with comics. I think there's there's not enough action, and comics is a visual medium, and you know, especially with fantasy, you need spectacle, you need action, and you need good action. So there's that. There's a fair bit of gore because I like drawing gore. So I make a point in every book to have something really gross and gnarly and bloody happening. So that's on top of like a bunch of weird fantasy stuff and a lot of character work that I put a lot of time into. So you can check all that out on the comic website. I am fairly confident that you'll like what you see. So thank you so much.
You can check the description for links, and I'll put another link in chat. So if you guys want to open it up, just click the hyperlink right there, and it'll take you right there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
It's important to have a little demo so people can have a look.
Demos are good.
Yeah, it is like a demo for a game, isn't it?
A preview, if you will.
Yeah, it's a preview. So, yeah, you want to give people sort of a feel for your story and your storytelling style. So this is and it's about being open and honest and communicating. I think that's also important with your audience.
Certainly a novel tactic.
Right. instead of
You can try being
censoring
Disney
reviews.
instead and give us, or you can give us Obi-Wan Kenobi's story, and then actually Leia.
Or censoring reviews and or deleting comments. Yeah, that would be a really great idea.
Yep.
You'll have none of that here.
It's a good start.
You have a new and novel approach. I hope it works out. Weird though it may be.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't think it's, it's not, I'm not unique in what I'm doing, but I think my story and my franchise is fairly unique, but I think there are a lot of people out there doing similar things in the comic sphere especially. So I sure hope it works out. I think we're creating something good. There's just because not everybody who is putting a comic on Indiegogo or self-publishing, just because they're not necessarily previously from publisher comics, that doesn't mean they have lack for talent. There's some people I'm working with. For example, my good friends Dan Plagle and the team on Goblin Girl. That's another project that I'm also collaborating with them. They're not from mainstream comics, but they're putting out a really good project. And there's a lot of good stuff out there. I can go on and on about all the projects right now that are being crowdfunded, that are competing with the mainstream. And if you guys would like to find out more about it, that's what my whole channel is about. I promote indie comics every Wednesday night. So if usually I have a guest on, if there's not a guest, it's just a stream. But I do really want to promote creators and help them reach a wider audience. So, and it's always a lot of fun. We just drink and comics and shoot the shit. So I think that's the best way to, you want to get people to know the creators, and you want to get people to really understand what goes on behind all of these projects, especially with a new comic franchise that people haven't read yet and you don't have to rely on to sell the book. Well, that's the best way to do that, is to come on a stream and listen to the creator do their pitch. So yeah, that's what I try to do. I try to give people and other small creators a little voice in my own little corner of YouTube, and I hope you guys will check that out.
A noble endeavor.
I try.
All right, let's see. What is the chat saying today? Fjolnir donates to say, you are magically transported into the old world and you must choose one of the following fates. Captured by beastmen, captured by dark elves, captured by Skaven. Starting out with the heavy questions, eh? Beastmen, because they'll just eat me. Everyone else will torture me. Yeah, nice and simple. Black 1917 says, Disney was only able to ignore the loss of money because they had so many alternative revenue streams. Until those were taken away, and now they're hemorrhaging money, Star Wars still hasn't made back the original purchase price on top of the cost now. Well, yeah, no. This is one of those big things. A lot of the reason why these companies could do what they did for so very long is because their primary income wasn't actually selling product. It was investors giving the money to hopefully make product that would sell at some point in a nondescript future. But now that money is starting to dry up everywhere, people actually have to earn something again. You actually have to run at a profit, a rare thing.
Yeah.
And that is going to see a shift in entertainment, I think.
Right. The interesting thing about Disney is, and with Marvel as well, I've kind of come to the realization that, especially after by Disney, that was probably part of the reasons why there was a kind of a downslide in the quality on the comic side of things, at least. And that's kind of bleeding over to the cinematic universe. Even the cinematic universe was kind of holding things up for a while, but with Disney, they earned their money from the parks, with the amusement parks, and even Walt Disney, that was sort of the business model that he was going after. It was never about, well, the movies have to be the most innovative, amazing things. No, they were taking some pre-established stories, these fairy tales, doing their adaptations. Some were very good, I admit, but at the end of the day, it was always a franchise. It was about the amusement parks, it was about the toys, and that kind of kept everything else afloat. I'm convinced that I don't even know if Marvel Comics now really makes money with, all the production costs and everything taken into account. Yeah, and I don't think they got nervous until all the shutdowns and they started seeing a downturn in park attendance and in toy sales. That's where it hurts them the most.
It does. COVID has not been nice to them, and again, they've got a lot of money just backed off people who want to get in the door. They figure like if we can invest in Disney, that'll pay itself back, as it's Disney, etc. Or Marvel, the same thing. Like most of these companies do not actually earn money because they've been working off future profits, and a lot of those future profits have not really been materializing as of late.
Yeah. yeah. Well, sorry, but they're just going to have to, tough it out and reap these consequences.
Oh god, I hope CD Projekt Red burns, because they jumped on the ESG train recently. We'll get investor money. Look, that's bad timing right now.
Oh no, that's a disappointment. Witcher 3 games were so good, and I liked it when they just... That was nice.
They used to be good.
Sigh.
Glow in the Dark says, there's a comic where Miss Marvel imprisons a teen for mean words. I think I've seen that one, yeah. In the same comic, they kill people and clone them with dead people's memories whilst editing their brains to their desires. They don't know what a hero is. Think it's a Miss Marvel or America comic. I think I have actually seen that one.
I think that's a Miss Marvel, yeah. The little Pakistani girl. Was it her, or was it Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel? No, that was Miss Marvel.
The one I found most interesting, there was this was for some X-Men spin-off character, a little mutant who could talk with nature and shit, and she finds like a plastic bottle in the river, and this inspires her to go to shoot a store clerk. Which, okay, alright, we've escalated. And then nature forgives her. Like, the dude's dog is like, oh, I understand, he littered, so you had to kill him. I'll be your friend now. Like, oh.
Yeah, I think, what was it? Was her name Nature Girl or something? I don't give a shit. I don't really...
That sounds uninspired enough to be modern day, yes.
Right, yeah, she kind of wears, like, this school uniform, but she's just this dark-haired schoolgirl with deer horns. Yeah, she, a Marvel mutant who... Here's the important thing, too. It wasn't just like... was like... I think she was one of the Krakoa mutants as well, and she murdered somebody over not even him littering. I think it's just because a plastic bag from his store ended up strangling some like sea creature, and it wasn't even the clerk's fault. The clerk just freaking works there, so she goes to the store and just murders a clerk that happens to be on shift. And at the end of the story, she was like portrayed as like, well, that was kind of a little too far, but really it's okay because nature was hurt. So that's the quality of writing right now in a lot of mainstream comics.
I know you're a murderer at this point, but, that turtle didn't deserve it. Like, that's stupid. God. I actually find it difficult to, like, formulate the kind of mindset that would create that. Eco-terrorism is it's straight up what they're doing. A turtle died, so I must go kill a store clerk. Like, god damn it. The logic.
Oh yeah, we don't have that many like crazy environmental over, at least in the UK, like what is it called, Extinction Rebellion. It felt like it was one of them writing the character.
Yes.
It was comical.
Her fucking name too, Nature Girl. Like, god damn. I can complain a lot about the lack of originality in entertainment today, but like, Nature Girl, what's her superpower? Well, she talks to nature. What does she look like? Well, she's got horns. Of course.
Oh yeah, you can't expect every character to be just amazing. And who cares if some characters are not heroic and are actually murderous, horrible people? That's fine, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure hentai artists put more effort into character design these days than comic guys do.
My art design was really bad. I don't know. I've kind of just totally black-pilled about superhero comics. There's almost like no point in complaining about it. They can do what they want. Yeah, go ahead. Keep on doing this. That's fine. We'll be over here creating good stuff. Read Fiendish, everybody. You'll have none of that shit.
No girls with horns in your series?
Well, there are girls with horns, but it's like it's a sexy type of horns.
Ah, good. Because I remember her horns being distinctively retarded looking.
No, I do have characters with horns, but they're kind of like I have a race called the Dev, and they're a little bit like tieflings, but also not. They're I can't spoil too much about them, but anyways, they're a race that's mostly serves as slaves in my story, and it's a point of conflict in the story that they're usually servants, and they do naturally have horns and tails and stuff, and they have some other races with horns. Anyways, not. I'll stop myself. Stop rambling. But yeah, the good kind of horns.
The good kind of horns.
Yeah.
Mark James says the red wave was stopped by the breakers of fortified elections. This is YouTube. It was a fair and free election.
It's YouTube. Silence.
Yes.
Must stay silent.
You must understand. I get it. It took them like a week to count in Maricopa County, but such things happen. It's entirely normal. It's not like the BBC said, a sign of a fraudulent election. That was fake news from the BBC there. Very important to know.
Well, the BBC never lies. They're always right because, you know, not like they're state-sponsored media or anything.
Black 1917 says, Quick and hail Arch Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Breed Kibbs, also hi Renie.
Hello.
Brett Verdsheim, totally possible for them to survive the volcano blast. Pompeii was a Persian false flag. Very well. I think this is a reference to my last video on Ukraine.
Oh.
Oh well. Pompeii was a Persian false flag. I don't mind. That sounds like a good idea. To be fair, they had it coming. They were a decadent society of fat Romans. Black 917 says, be a good little girl and behave, and here's the crux of it. For people who claim to be pro-empowering women, they sure are against it. Yeah, I would have thought you would be lauded as one of very few women in the comics industry. Like, surely they would have helped you along and made sure you were happy and satisfied and had a good career, right?
No, not really. Yeah, and you know, and I wouldn't want that kind of treatment. You know, it's just I wanna, if I can do the work, I want the fair rewards of that, same as everyone else. But I think what I experienced was very much I didn't get in with the right people. I think I just didn't kiss ass enough, and that was only half the problem, though. I really just didn't fit the art style that they wanted. American comics still does have a resistance to manga, especially if you draw more like seinen manga, or yeah, it's a little strange. There's not a lot of like room for expansion there if you don't have the exact right kind of style. So no, for all the talk about supporting women, it's just like Gina. They only support you as a woman or a minority if you agree with them. It's pretty clear.
Well, they only support you as a woman or a minority if that is who you are, is how perhaps I'd put it. If you have other ideas, well...
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, isn't it? If you go, like, your main identity.
Yes.
I find that... Yeah, but I find that degrading. Do that.
Well, that's because it is.
Well, it is. Like, why would I go on about
taking the enormous complexity of a human and going, well, you have a vagina? Well, yes, okay. That's all I need to know about you.
Oh my god, that stuff is just so weird. Isn't it degrading to be seen as just nothing but you're the woman? That's another thing, and I do have to say this. People who watch my channel will know when I work for Marvel, I noticed I kept on being put on girls' books, like books with girl leads, and especially YA books with like teenage girl leads, and it was kind of like, I was a new creator and I didn't really have that much freedom to pick and choose which books I worked on, so I wasn't like, that's not too much of a point of complaint. But I did notice they only put me on books with female leads, and I felt you start noticing that after a while, and you wonder why.
Well, like, again, I get it from one point of view. It's like, well, you're the new person, so you do this. Like, okay. But at the same time, if that's all they give you, you do have to start asking some questions at some point. Like, why just this?
Yeah.
Awful lot of coincidences, one after the other.
Yeah. I look back and I think maybe I should have. But it's one of those things where it's such a corporate environment, and you're the new girl. If you complain, they just, they'll just fire you. So what was the point? Yeah, it wasn't a very healthy environment. But I do notice that it just seemed insulting to me. And again, maybe they meant well, but they didn't. Just because you mean well doesn't mean your solution is right.
Let's see. I've lost complete track of where I was in all of this. Oh, there we go.
Oh, no.
Black 1917 says they read Tolkien for the highlights, Renie.
For the highlights, they read the Cliff Notes version. That's what they did.
It's like, well, they had to find the quotes from somewhere, I guess.
But the quotes aren't even Tolkien quotes.
Listen, they had to start somewhere.
Drives me crazy.
Artemis Fowl says this purely comes down to the fact that millennials are incapable of relating to and understanding heroes and their journey, but will wet themselves with the chance to glorify villains and psychoses. Well, I mean, there's a certain indication of that, isn't it? You can tell a lot from a society by whom they deify. I don't know if I want to know what it says about our society, the people we deify, but
yeah, I think it's this sort of modern obsession with what would you call it? Empowerment is the term that they use over and over again, and I've always found that kind of strange, because it's I don't like, what is really the value of empowerment, right? It's I guess if you think that a whole section of society has no power at all, then sure. But I firmly stand by the idea that real empowerment is to treat people as equals and encourage them to be better and be meritorious. It's not this sort of modern entertainment sort of view of how to empower people is to just tell them they're already perfect and good at everything. And that's not really empowerment. That just fosters narcissism. So I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what actually inspires people. That's the problem.
well, it's in the word, isn't it? Like empowerment. It's about power, like just power, and anything else comes secondary. Like you mentioned, right? They would see you for more than just what you are, would be the normal thing, but they don't. Well, it's because it's power. Like, that gives you a societal power, they think, and so that must be the thing you want to embrace. Like, well, if you have power because of what you are, then surely that must be all you are after. It's kind of putting the horse before the cart, where you should be given power and respect not because you deserve it, but because you are a certain thing.
Right. I think there's a narrative with woke culture that well, the people who came before, the way society used to be was a group of people was just given power and respect without having to earn it. But I disagree. I think there are some, I think, and I think that's objectively not true. Like, with the whole argument, it's same as the argument with modern feminism that I think has largely destroyed at this point, but it took us years, where the argument was, well, women just had no power and then were given all the power and respect. Well, it wasn't that. It was just that people had different roles in society, and also like this, like the narratives, like, this is like a trident, this is a dead horse that I'm not going to beat for too long. But for example, why are women paid less? It's not that women are actually paid less for their work. It's just that what women on average put into their careers is less. But they don't really look at the overall picture of it, and they think that everyone is just handed things instead of having to earn it, instead of what existed before being a meritocracy. So now there's a lot of people who come into entertainment, and on top of not respecting the works that were already built and already existed, they sort of demand to be given positions of power, and using those positions of power because they didn't earn it, they don't do a good job, respect what came before, and they think that everyone else who came thing, except I'm sorry, that's not the truth. Like, a lot of these people who came before, and especially like in comics, with like all these great comic artists who came before you, they worked really hard to earn their place. They spent years and years sending in samples and getting like treated like shit. If any of you had to go through that, you would be screaming oppression every day. Like, you have no idea the price that these people paid, and they're not bitching about it, but you are bitching about having even a fraction of being demanded to like perform.
It's also the fact that the hero has to undergo the hero's journey. The hero needs to undergo a great deal of hardship and trial, and it's hard, it's difficult, it's a long road to that power, as they would put it. Whereas the villain's usually just in power, because to be a villain, he needs to be a threat. Therefore, he needs to already have power. And again, there's the fetishization of power, which I really think is at the heart of a lot of this. Like, they want power and they want it immediately. And this actually leads them to be more sympathetic with the villain because he's the more powerful individual. Whereas the hero is usually weak and has to overcome that weakness to actually triumph at the end.
Yeah, that's an interesting point too. I think that probably ties back into why a lot of characters like what some of the things Miss Marvel does, or the way Captain Marvel came off, it's villainous because they earned a lot of, they have a lot of power without having to earn it, and instead of doing good like equivalent people with equivalent power levels, like maybe Superman, they're kind of entitled about it, and they use it to lord over other people. No, that's not what heroes do. And it's not just that, they don't learn from it. It's portrayed as a good thing. That's most important, because you can have heroes who make mistakes, but the important thing is, well, either they learn from it, or they, the story portrays it as they don't get consequences for it, but then they're an anti-hero. They're not like the most pure, representation of a traditional hero's journey. They're not complete. We have to be clear about these things.
And there's the thing too, they don't think they did anything wrong. That's the thing. There's no consequences for what they do because they didn't do anything wrong from their point of view. Like, this should be how it should be. Yeah. Maybe we should start making the villain's journey. That'll be for the modern audience.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be fun to put out.
See, Elsis Surana says the goal is for the audience to hear the guest and not Gibbs. Cruel. But yes, in theory.
What? Gibbs has been very quiet. I hope I haven't scared him.
He frightens easily. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's so feeling.
Good. She's feeling
Have I been that
self-conscious.
terrible? Oh, okay.
Black1917 says, I look forward to seeing that Twitter threats losing all bite now that it's no longer their special club, and launching targeted harassment gets them banned too. Yeah, I do like that. Like, if Twitter rules are simply applied evenly, that is going to solve a lot of the dogpiling problem, frankly.
Yeah, I think it's more so companies and regular people just have to stop giving a shit what Twitter says. Seriously. I know it's hard. I know it takes a lot of time. Been through that, who, you know, you have when you get people dogpiling you online, and it's a lot, especially if you've never dealt with it before and you've only interacted with friends, and sometimes it can be a lot of the dogpiling can come from people who you thought were your friends, and that's what being canceled is, you know. And you don't know what it's like until you've experienced it. But yeah, people just have to stop giving a shit. I think we're reaching a point where it's happened to enough people that, and they're seeing enough censorship and enough sort of just completely behavior that normal people wouldn't put up. It's there's slowly going to be a turning point. At least I hope.
I think so. I think we are beginning to see it, but like all of these changes, it takes a decade.
Yeah, like the whole long-term cultural change. I don't know how true that is, but it sure seems true. Takes a generation.
It does. It ironically does. Mike Shame says, when people ask how did Florida, Texas, red state turn blue, the answer is Arizona. It's awfully conspiratorial of you. Artemis Fowl says Michael Bay did nothing wrong. Actually, Michael Bay did quite a lot of things wrong.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Particularly those two robots. The black ones. That was definitely a lot of wrong.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of cringy.
I don't even,
That was
like,
pretty bad.
Accusing someone of racism has lost almost all its impact in the modern day, but that was probably unironically racist.
Yeah, I think that was a little
Those
much.
fucking robots, Jesus Christ.
I didn't know
It's one of those moments where you look at something and it genuinely took my brain a while to process it. Like I had to, when I first saw them, I had to rewind the movie a bit and go like, hold on, I didn't just see that. That is not a buck-toothed robot in front of me right there. Yes, no it is, okay.
Oh, and didn't the robot make a comment like, "We don't read" or something?
Yes.
Oh god, that was really bad.
There was also a scene in that movie, I think, where one of the robots have a pair of industrial wrecking balls as balls as well.
Oh no. No.
I really dislike the fact that those movies became popular and he made like 3 of them because, they were not Transformer movies.
But explosions.
Luke Jones says, been a while since I could catch live. Keep up the good content. Thank you very much, my dude. I shall try. I'll endeavor. Black917 says, Iceman is a perfect example of the woke mask slipping. According to them, being gay is a mental illness and not normal. Well, I mean...
It was strange. It was almost like he was brainwashed into being gay. And I don't know, it just seemed like a very violating circumstance that didn't match with his previous character, but they were portraying it like it was okay.
Well, again, that's the problem. Writing a gay character but not knowing what a gay person is. Because most gay people have personalities beyond being gay.
Well, most gay people are just normal people, and it's like they don't understand that. Just write a normal person. Can you do that? That'd be great.
There was actually the Orville is a pretty nice show that tries to do Star Trek in the modern day, where Star Trek has been completely utterly ruined. It introduced a character for one of their seasons who was a lesbian, and she mentions it like once in passing, in reference to something else. And I was thinking to myself, oh, wow, this is how they used to write these characters. And I actually give a shit now because this person's love interest died. And that's actually all I care about. I don't care about that she's gay or that her love interest was a woman. I care about the fact that a character I like had somebody they liked taken away from them, and he's now acting irrationally and indeed cruelly because of that. Like, wow, writing.
Yeah.
Ah, the good old days.
Yeah. I don't. You can have any identity. Just character comes first. Try to not have people focus on their entire identity and what they're born as. I think most people don't do that. Normal people don't do that.
Mark Shane asks, who could swim across an ocean? An elf slash Eldar or a space marine? Well, a space marine could probably do it. He's got like 4 lungs. Sure, he could keep them inflated for long enough.
That would make more sense. Like, I know elves are a little like they're, stronger, more magical than humans, but no. Swimming across an ocean is ridiculous.
Also, Galadriel is like the highest ranking person there. Surely she could have just been like, turn the boat around. But princess, no, seriously, turn the boat around.
Yeah. There are ways they could have done that without having her swim across the Atlantic.
It was just such a... God, that scene. I don't think I'll ever forget that scene. Like, I'll give the showrunners this. They have created something I don't think I'll ever forget.
It's burned into your mind. You're having nightmares of it.
Like 80 years from now. You remember that time Galadriel jumped off the boat? Yes.
I wonder how this era of entertainment, how funny and how bad was seen as.
I don't know if it even will be remembered. If nothing else, maybe as a warning. Mark says, same as, so any thoughts on Shadow of the Conqueror, a graphic novel by Shad Brooks? It rings a bell to me, but...
No, Shad, yeah. Well, he wrote a book. I follow Shad. He's amazing. It's, I'm into, like... Well, the stuff I write is a little, like...
Oh, that one. Yeah, now I've connected the dots, too.
Yeah. He wrote a book, and right now he just put out a graphic novel adaptation of it. So, yeah.
That's really cool. I hope he's successful.
Mm-hmm. He's doing very well.
No, very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Chad says my mic is cutting? Really?
Little. Like at the beginning of sentences, occasionally.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I don't know what... Oh. I'm sorry, I don't know how to fix that.
It's been very inconsistent, so I haven't bothered mentioning it. It's like sometimes it's at the beginning of sentences, then it's fine for like a minute or two, and then it does it again, so... Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh.
Wiggle the plug? I guess that's about as much tech resolution as I can get on that.
I'll try. I'll punch my mic. Maybe that'll fix things.
Dry Feet says, for all the bullshit going on with things like YouTube and social media, one of the benefits is the ability to promote your own work and circumvent publishers. See, unironically, that's probably true, because if this wasn't happening, people would probably still just go through publishers as a matter of course, really. And if you didn't get a publisher, very few people would do anything about it. I mean, it was the exception, the extreme exception, rather than the rule. I mean, hell, even Harry Potter was turned down by basically everyone. But yeah, that is a good change.
Yeah, I think people will always still go to publishers. It's not like that's just going to die, but I'd like to see some more independence. That would be good too. And here's the thing: a lot of independent creators, they're their own publishers. It's not that they don't have a publisher, you know.
They just become the publisher.
Yes.
Well, at least if you do it yourself, it's going to be difficult to get cancelled.
That's true.
I'm going to send an email to your publisher. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I want to talk to your manager. I am my manager. What you gonna do about it?
Black 1917 says there are several points in the sequel trilogy where he should have been punished by the narrative, but is instead rewarded for existing. Well, yes. The cardboard box that speaks. There are several points in the oh god. No, that entire prequel thing, or sequel thing, prequels, sequels, same thing. Worst part is Disney did actually earn their money back on that, at least for the time being. At least Solo was a big enough failure to get them out of the idea of making more of those movies.
Oh yeah. I think maybe they finally figured it out.
Nobody remembers the Han Solo movie, and for good reasons.
No, nobody saw it.
Spencer says, they don't understand that life is hard and then you die, and the question that follow from that. Well, yeah. It kind of... It's a stark way of putting it, but yeah. Life is hard. In fact, in our super secret conspiracy chat with Sargon and everyone else, he posted a tweet recently from a newspaper that basically read, people don't believe anymore that working hard will make their lives better. And I was thinking, like, that is such a modern day point of view. Because working hard back in the day wasn't an option. Like, you didn't work hard and you starved to death. There you go. And now, it's not that people don't starve. They definitely don't starve. In fact, if you are that poor, you will be given food. There are soup kitchens. You'll be given housing. Like, being homeless today in many Western countries, in Norway, I know for a fact, is a choice. Because the government literally has programs to give you a home if you are homeless. But I don't know. We've come to this idea now that having a better life doesn't mean being fed or having a home and a car and a dog and a family. It's being a millionaire, I guess. And since everyone can't be a millionaire, that means that hard work is no longer rewarding. I don't see that as true. Like, maybe within the corporate structure, if you're working a dead-end job, a desk job somewhere, maybe, but okay, in that case, you're doing the wrong kind of hard work. Go do what you want to do in that case.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really not sure what it is. I follow a lot of there's one channel that I follow called Jackson Crawford. He's like a professor of Old Norse language, and he talks a lot about Old Norse mythology. Like, he literally speaks Old Norse and stuff. And and a lot of just channels that talk about medieval life and ancient history. And when you learn about that stuff, you realize just how hard life used to be. It used to be that it wasn't even that people went around trying to oppress everyone else. Like, yeah, the way the world used to be was whoever has more power takes all, and you just take what you can get. But also, most people, regular people, were just trying to survive. It wasn't some sort of like power structure where, marriage was just all about like keeping women down. I think people were just trying to survive, and life was really hard. And I think a lot of people nowadays honestly grew up in a lot of luxury and privilege, and they don't understand real hardship and what it's like to have any sort of shortage. And I think there's some value to understanding that even in the Western world, as privileged as we are, it can all go away. Hardship is not that far away from anybody. We're not that far removed.
There's a fucking excellent point too, isn't it? Like, it's the idea of hardship. It frankly almost doesn't exist in the Western world. Like, it's the difference in what we consider hardship. Because back in the day, it wasn't like you said that you necessarily were oppressed. You might be, but like the very idea of oppression wasn't a fucking concern. It was that you had to work all day just to put food on the table. You didn't care that the local lord was a bit of an asshole. Like, you were about to starve if you didn't put in 12 hours in the field. It puts things into perspective when you view it like that.
Yeah, yeah. I think, a lot of the ideologies now with like whether you call it, just sort of like urban, like those videos of all the like rounds of firing at Twitter, and everyone's been mocking the videos of that like these Twitter employees were making before they were fired, like before they knew Musk was going to take over, and like what the life of a Twitter employee was like. They were going to work and just basically being pampered all day, and that was work for them. And these are the people, they work in LA. They get paid like $150,000 a year to go to work and drink wine and have like 2 meetings a day, and then the rest of the day they're doing yoga, and they have like meditation rooms at work. And these are the people that are telling blue collar workers and truck drivers and people doing construction and people serving in the military how to talk and how to live and what they can say on the internet. Like that's society. That's online discourse, and that's modern society in the West right now. And I think that really puts things into perspective, and it would behoove these people who are privileged and do have these sort of pampered lives in urban areas to have a little bit of self-reflection and realize that they really don't have a right to be telling everyone else that's keeping the world running how to live their lives and what to say.
It's almost a mean thing to say, but people are spoiled. People are fucking spoiled. Like, I saw one of those videos of a guy, and he detailed his day, and he wasn't as bad as many others. Like, some of them are just ridiculous. But this guy, so he gets up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Like, okay, later start to the day, but hey, I basically run on US time at this point, so I can't fucking speak on that topic. And then he has an hour for breakfast, and like they make bacon and pancakes and shit. Then he watches YouTube for another hour. Then he goes to do work, which is just his office because he works from home, of course. Then he works for about 30 minutes, and then he goes to have lunch. And they go out to have lunch for another hour and a half. And then he comes back and he works for a bit again. And it's like, wow. It's so fucking privileged. It is so unbelievably fucking privileged. Like, I have worked proper jobs in my life, and it's drudgery. And the thing is, most people have to do drudgery, where you get up at like 6 in the morning, then you have your breakfast, and you go because you got to be at work at 7, and then you work like 7 to 9 hours. And that's reality. It's what you have to do to live and eat, etc. And even that is far better than it used to be. Like, you have the weekends off, you can go home, you have sick days, you have sick leave, you get paid, etc. And this isn't enough for people anymore. That's the problem. And I don't know if there's just... If they look up at that guy who like wakes up at 8 and then just has an hour-long breakfast before working for 30 minutes and then going to lunch and thinking that's what life should be like. Because the problem is that also isn't sustainable. Like, Twitter was losing $4 million a day, and Twitter had like 7,500 employees, was it? And how much has Twitter changed over the last few years to warrant the work of 7,500 people? Like, what the fuck did they do?
Wow, was that how much money they were losing a day? Really?
Yes, $4 million a day.
Wow, holy shit.
It's like, it's obviously unsustainable. And it's because nobody does any work. Like, what the fuck are they producing? Like, Twitter's a social media platform. What the hell is 7,500 people doing on a daily basis to provide value to this company?
Yeah, well, telling people what to say, and they convince a lot of investors that, well, we're on the right side of history and we know how to regulate speech and we have the power to, so give us money. At least that's how I think. That's my conspiracy theory. That's not really a conspiracy theory about how it is.
It's stupid. And the worst part too is like, because okay, right, maybe he has this cushy job because what he does is super stupidly important, right? Because that's an argument to be made, right? You know, the nobles had all the privileges because what they did was really high level shit and they required lots of education and stuff. Okay. He begins the video by basically explaining, yeah, I'm a software engineer and I think anyone can be a software engineer because it's really easy. I'm like, oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, is it?
Thank you for undermining that one. And apparently, the software, because I talked to somebody who did a little bit, software engineer is basically what you say if you don't really know what it is you do, because it's a ridiculously broad term. And he was apparently also working in the most basic bitch programming language available. So I'm like, yeah, he's probably somebody who does UI for the website, like drags pictures onto hot links.
Oh. It must be nice. It must be nice. I'm a strong proponent of everybody being, and all 18-year-olds should be kicked out of the house and put to work. Younger, if possible, but that's probably illegal. Yeah, do some hard labor. Go
You know,
be a
personally,
waiter.
I too am a strong proponent for child labor. Ironically.
And, not child labor.
Maybe
but
not the mines, don't get me wrong, but you know.
yeah, it kind of it makes me a little dejected sometimes because I didn't grow up in America, and the reason I came here was because, like, to me, I really believed in the idea that this is a land of opportunity, and like, to me it has turned out that way. But along the way, I've seen so many people who didn't view it that way, who weren't like, first of all, they didn't believe that they don't see that they have so much opportunity around them. Like, there still is a lot of opportunity just in the Western world in general, and in my experience is America, so that's all I can speak on. But it's like they couldn't see it, and because they couldn't see it, instead of using it, they complain about what they already have. Is really how my experience has been, and it's, I don't know, it's really sad. And you can't, like, make people have that perspectives that they just don't understand. It is how it is. But yeah, I think, I don't know if it's one of those things where, why are so many rich kids assholes? Well, it's because they weren't raised with sort of like um that gratitude for what they had.
Yes, I too think that child labor or mandatory military service is the solution. Hell, I'm only half joking about the latter one, because I know some real fucking assholes that went into the military and then got chewed out for 6 months and came out far better people for it.
No kidding. Some people do need that. Some people need that discipline, and some people just, and that's another thing. And I don't have children, so far be it for me to say, but I like just seeing the way a lot of modern parenting is. I think that's part of the problem, where a lot of parents want to be friends with their kids instead of be parents. Like, your job is not to be your kid's friend. Your job is to discipline them and teach them structure. Like, people need structure, or they'll grow up to be assholes who can't handle anything.
Chat makes a wonderful point. I kind of want to see the 4-year-old works day in the life TikTok video from the mines now.
Okay, that might be a
Put it
little
in
far.
perspective a bit.
Put some perspective in those kids nowadays.
Unironically, do what they do when they're trying to guilt trip you for money for Africa. They show a picture of like a 5-year-old girl, and it's like, this is Zimbabwe. She must walk 10 miles each day to get water. Like, okay, that sucks. What can you do to help her? Well, we can spend millions on administrative fees and hope that the African warlords don't steal what's left. Like, oh, okay.
God. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, remember, you're gonna keep walking.
Yeah, for all the money that's been given to these bleeding heart, Westerner causes, there sure still is a lot of suffering in the rest of
Oh,
the world.
it's pointless. Like, it's actually pouring money down a fucking drain. And I wish it wasn't, because, see, I used to be quite, like, soft-hearted around this shit when I was but a child. Think, like, why don't we help Africa? Surely we can solve this. Then I started looking into that shit. And how the ridiculous sums that are poured in there. And it's all for transitory things as well. That's the main thing. Like, it's 90% of it is useless. A lot of it's eaten up in administrative costs, shipping, literal bribes, and armed escorts in certain areas. And other stuff is just like for food and water, which is great for, taking care of a disaster. But the whole idea of drilling wells and building schools, that's the minority of things. It is literally the problem of giving a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish and you'll feed him for a lifetime. And we don't teach them to fish.
That's true. It needs to start with education, and again, it's infuriating. I don't, at least in America. I mean, I guess people are talking about it now because there's so much like fuckery going on in our administration. People teaching children completely inappropriate things, but also just there's been a lot of talk about historical inequalities and stuff here, but no one's talking about education. Why don't you start with education? Again, I agree, if you teach a man to fish, you feed them for the rest of his life, and that's how you have to. That's the only permanent and also fair way to uplift people. And no one wants to do it the hard way. They just want to do it the easy way and throw money at people. Well, no, throw money at the schools and make sure it's going to the right places and people are getting educated.
It's a bullshit excuse, too. Like, historical inequality. Like, okay, but here's the thing. We actually know this can work because we poured billions into South Korea after the whole Korean War nonsense. And South Korea is now a pretty damn nice country. Like, it's not quite Western standard of living yet, far from it, but it's a fully civilized first world economy with a major economic force. I think it's like the 10th largest economy in the world. Like, it's absolutely possible to build a country through foreign aid, but you have to actually build that country. And the people in it are also going to have to want to build it.
Japan is also an example
Japan's
of
another
success.
excellent example, yes.
Right, yeah. But I mean, it has to be done. I mean, but look at all the failures as well. And I don't know. It's like the whole country building thing. It's frustrating because looking at Korea and Japan, those are success stories, but it was done in a way where we weren't forcing our ideals so much on them. I mean, in a way, softly, and sorry, there's no way around that. But at the end of the day, the money and the effort has to go into actually educating the people, and that's real empowerment, right? Giving them the mobility to earn a living and build industry on their own and eventually be independent.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because Japan was transformed through the process of westernization, essentially, like modernization, westernization. South Korea, much the same. And there's a game, Victoria, which is a grand strategy game from Paradox, and they released a sequel recently, Victoria 3. It removed the mechanic of westernization, which is used to be the process through which a country became modern and essentially gained access to the tech tree. And this really annoyed me because westernization, that was the entire process of not just technology. It isn't that the Japanese learned how to use a steam engine that made them into a modern industrial power so incredibly quickly in the early 1900s. It is that they adopted Western ways of doing things and institutions. And those, just to stress this too, those things aren't good because they are Western. They are good because they work. They introduced universities, they introduced engineering courses, they introduced a modern set of thinking and ideals that saw the country grow into an enormous industrial power in mere decades.
Yeah. And there's a sort of demonization of westernization, quote unquote. But I'm sorry, as someone who grew up in a country who was westernized and who can visibly see how the generations of my families benefited from Westernization and the industrialization and opportunities and equality that came with that, knowing how traditional Chinese society was and how the generation before me didn't have the opportunities. Now, my mother wasn't allowed to go to college because she was a girl. That's how society used to be in Asia. And look at what I've been able to do. So I'm fine with Westernization. Fuck all that shit. Westernization has brought a lot of good to the world. It's just, I think, like, the issue is, when sort of they're forcing people to change, and like it can be done in the wrong way, uprooting their government, and just like instead of letting people when the people aren't willing to take up your culture, when there's a cultural misalignment, or when you just basically fuck with their government without the people's consent, that's not great. But it's not like Westernization is just a bad thing. There's this sort of like, the West has to apologize for what it's done as if it's uniquely evil. Well, should China apologize for its imperialization throughout history of Asia? It used to be the superpower there. It's still a superpower now. It's just really strange. I think people need to have a fair look at what Westernization and like the history of colonization really has brought.
Mm-hmm. But no, we must be ashamed of this for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely an equality, and there were, in most places that were colonized, the natives were treated as lesser, and but nobody talks about Spain. Spain is the most egregious about this. Like, everyone talks about Britain. Spain was absolutely
Spain
horrific.
didn't treat the Aztecs as lessers. They fucking eradicated
They
them.
just killed them. Okay, so yeah. I mean, let's talk about that. Let's blame the Spanish a little more. I'm all for that. Just kidding. But
Hey, don't worry, I won't abuse you. I'll only stab you.
Right, I'll only wipe out your whole culture. It's like an example I like to give is Taiwan used to be a colony of Japan, and while it's completely fair to point out that Japan at the time, it was Imperial Japan. It was in the period from around like 1850 to around 1945. It was exactly 50 years. No, it was 1890 something, and right at the turn of the century, until they lost World War II. So it was Imperial Japan, and they treated Taiwanese people as second-class citizens, especially the Aboriginal Taiwanese were they tried to eradicate their culture. There was a lot of cultural imperialism, a lot of disrespect, but at the same time, almost all the infrastructure that Taiwan had at the time was built by the Japanese. Like, there's a joke in Taiwan that any city that's actually a grid is built by the Japanese, and any city that has no plan at all, where the streets suck and are just twisting and winding and impossible to drive in, those are built by the Chinese people. So and like all the railways were built by the Japanese. A lot of the government buildings people still use were built by the Japanese. The schools were built by the Japanese. So there's a give and take, and I think people should need to be fair about these things instead of just demonizing it and saying it's all bad. I'm sorry, there's some cultures that are just, some cultures are stronger and they take over and they bring some good things and some bad things.
Well, that is dangerously based of you.
Maybe. Like, as long as you're not, let's just, disclaimer, entirely anti-genocide. Clearly, the Spanish went too far. I'm talking about cultural change. Cultural change isn't always bad. I'm very happy that I was allowed to go to college even though I'm a girl. Let's just say that. I'm glad that was changed in Chinese culture where I'm from.
Yes, we're all for child slavery here, obviously, but genocide is one step too far.
Yes, yeah, we're very good people. We're all anti-genocide, very virtuous.
We've got to be clear on our positions.
Yeah.
Okay, Glow in the Dark says, I like Blade, Static Shock, and the old Black Panther. He was better in my opinion. He fought people trying to steal his vibranium. That is true, he defended his ethno-state. But I don't feel represented as an Irishman. None of these characters burn in the sun. Imagine being this psychotic. Oh, there was even there was actually an unironic article written in, I think, The Guardian or some of some trash paper, about an Irish person whining about the rings of power because the Harfoots were Irish. And he's like, is this supposed to mean we're small and dirty? I'm like, maybe.
I will stay silent on this issue.
Like, I've met some Irish people, that's all I can say. It's like, oh my God, like, you know he was grievance hunting, and he's like, well, fuck, this is about as good as it gets. Like, I mean, you could complain about the shitty storyline, but, you know. Black917 says, the closest Starship Troopers ever come to fascist is in Marauder and Traitor of Mars. Yeah, see, those had no idea what they were doing either. Like, and I consider both of them to be semi-fantastical spin-offs. I quite like Traitor of Mars, in a way, because one, Emma Watson is a mad dictator in that one for some fucking reason, and they've got power armor, which is pretty cool, I guess. Marauder was just sad. Like, oh, that was... Oh. Cannot recommend Starship Troopers enough, by the way, Renie, and everyone while listening. The Starship Troopers is great. There's only one movie. Just the others don't exist. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, it's an ongoing problem. I have a long list of Western movies that I haven't seen yet. Starship Troopers is definitely on there. I do want
Starship Troopers is quite great.
Oh, yeah,
The book too is very much so worth a read, but it's written almost as much as a personal treatise by Robert A. Heinlein as it is a book. So it's formatted a bit weirdly, and it just kind of ends. Like the book just stops, and you're like, well, what? Is the book incomplete? Like, did I miss something? No, it just ends.
Okay, that's weird.
Yes, like it. I was listening to the audiobook the first time I got a hold of it, and I was like, what the fuck? I must have deleted a file by mistake. Oh, well.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Well, beyond that, I will trust that it is a good read.
Gunfox61 says, Renie, you need to watch Starship Troopers. Well, there we go.
Okay, I will. I promise.
Black917, the woke don't understand merit and earning something because those two things are antithetical to their beliefs. Yes, it does kind of seem to be that way. Again, it's the problem is like, hard work doesn't pay anymore. Like, I can just imagine a 20-year-old saying that, like, I'm not a millionaire yet. Fuck this.
Well, yeah, hard work does pay, but not with y'all's attitude.
It takes time, okay?
Yeah, it takes time. It's like, well, I grew up with. I think the perspective of a lot of these people seems to honestly be, well, I grew up with a lot of privilege, and I put in a little bit of effort, but I'm not a millionaire by 24, so I'm just going to become a communist.
Maybe the state will make me one.
Maybe the problem is you, child.
Even the world's most prominent African American, Elon Musk, was talking about how he had to work like 19 hours a day for months and months on end to get Tesla off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, and when Tesla was in trouble, he was like, it's not like things were just handed to him, and like he did earn his money. It's just because his family had some investments. It's not, he didn't take money from, like, he lost everything at one. I think he lost a lot of money at one point. With the money he has now, he built from the ground up. And when Tesla was in trouble, he was there in the factory, sleeping in the factory, right there with the workers. And like, you want to talk about my workers and whatever and capitalism. I mean, these people think capitalism is evil, but it's not. It's like, it allows people who work hard and are willing to risk everything to do great things.
Yep. Black917 also says they especially hate accountability. Yes, they do. Accountability is a product of the white man's capitalist system, I have been told.
Excuse me, Asia would like to disagree.
That's true. Asia also has a pretty long and proud history of accountability.
Or the rest of the world. That is the most racist shit I've ever heard.
No, I unironically remember reading an article explaining that hard work and stuff were white concepts. Like,
Oh my god.
I mean, thank you, I guess.
Oh my god. Who thinks like that?
A racist, that's who.
Dear heaven.
Mark Ashamed says, so I have this theory that TV tropes, wiki English, for fictional writing and entertainment media has pretty much solved fiction.
Solved fiction? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Hmm.
It's one of those super chats I feel bad for because I look at it and like, I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't help you.
Maybe it'll pop up in chat. I'll keep an eye out.
It's too smart for me. I'm not getting it.
Cryo Maton says, don't you diss hentai artists? Some Valkyrie Chronicles characters have been designed by hentai artists.
Wait, who dissed
fair enough,
hentai
yeah.
artists?
Well, I said hentai artists put in more work than Marvel character designers, and I stand by that, incidentally.
No, a lot of hentai artists put in a lot of work. Those are some really good designs.
See, that's another annoying thing, too. In Japan, making hentai is just a path to other things. Like, it's not stigmatized. There's so many hentai artists that have actually gone on to make great comics, like Nagatoro, for example. Don't bully me, Nagatoro, that's one. He started out as a hentai artist and one with quite pronounced fetishes, shall we say.
Yeah, well, I'm not Japanese. I don't know how exactly it is, but there are a lot of mangaka who drew hentai before, and it's not a big deal. But you're right. I can't imagine any comic artists in the West having drawn straight up porn comics and making it big and having it just out in the open and not being a big deal. But then again, we're such prudes in the West, really.
We are. The stuffy old fucks at the publishing house would go like, wait, you're a porn person? Oh. It's terrible.
Yeah.
No, we need to be more open about that. It's like, it's just porn. Don't worry, it's not going to bite. It doesn't hurt anyone. You are free to consume or not, as you self please.
Yeah. I don't know. So much for being open-minded. I don't get it. It's just, it's just a different kind of entertainment.
And just logically, too, it's a great way to actually learn how to draw and make a living, because, it'll sell.
You want to learn anatomy? You'll have to if you draw hentai. Draw hentai, everybody. That's my suggestion for the day.
Absolutely. We need more of that.
Yeah.
Work hard at drawing hentai.
That's getting clipped.
Oh, yeah. Blacknard17 says, Kibbs messed up the audio, get the number 5 pencil. Rude.
Has my audio been better? I kind of fiddled with the settings.
Yeah, I haven't heard you been clipping out for a while, so I think it's gotten better.
Okay, I'm glad.
Oh, Barbecue is in the chat saying I heard hentai. Oh. I should be careful about mentioning that word. YouTube really doesn't like it.
Oh, no. Okay, I won't say it anymore.
They recently put up an update to their terms of service thing, basically saying that, what was it? You can't mention, you can't refer to a site that might have hentai on it even. You're not even supposed to, speak about it. The wording, I forget the wording, but basically the gist was, you can't cover a hentai thing and show it or talk about where you can get it or link to it in any way. So if you were to cover it, and you'd take the risk, you'd basically just have to be like, yeah, this thing's really cool. Can't tell you anything about it, or who made it, or where to get it, or anything, but, look around.
Oh my god, that's so weird. It's not illegal. Why are y'all such pros, YouTube?
It's immoral, apparently.
I mean, isn't there is straight up porn and nudity on their site, but for some reason they put these rules on us.
I got a fucking strike once, I remember, because there was a hentai game developer who was making a Yuri game that got yeeted off PayPal after PayPal had taken their money, mind you. They didn't stop them from creating an account, but when their Kickstarter money came in, then PayPal was like, we see you have some money on your account there. It appears you are in violation of our terms of service, so that's ours now. And closed their account.
Yeah, PayPal's really weird. I'm thinking twice about using PayPal through my own store and website and everything. I heard that Eric July, who he's a guy who just put out the $3 million indie comic campaign on his own website, by the way. He PayPal was giving him grief about payment, and they have like weird terms of service where you have to deliver the goods within a certain amount of time, or like you'll just get refunds, or they'll automatically like just mark the transaction as illegitimate or something. And that really doesn't work for crowdfunding, where sometimes you do just take more than 6 months to deliver the product. And along with the whole like recent censorship stuff they tried to roll out and then kind of like rolled back after everyone screamed at them. I'm not so hot on PayPal.
I think PayPal, you can still use it, but you need to empty that thing as fast as possible. Like, you got to get into a rhythm of cleaning it out every so often, because it is not a trustworthy company.
Right. Yeah, I would look for alternatives and don't keep like thousands of dollars in there or anything.
The main problem is it's just so dominant in the field. Like, it supports everything. You can use any cards, and it's very convenient for people to use. And that's the issue. Like, do you cut yourself off from the most convenient tool in the market because you can't trust their politics, basically? Like, it's such a retarded position.
Right. Yeah. Also, their terms of service are a little weird. Just doesn't. I don't know. I don't want to deal with it. I'm not going to lose thousands of dollars of money just because of a payment service. Nope.
They're modern day terms of service, which means they can cancel you at any point in time for any reason whatsoever.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah.
Yep. It's the same with YouTube. Like, YouTube could eat anybody's channel overnight for no reason, and they would just send you an email like, we're very sorry that we had to do this. Okay, why did you do it? Well, felt like it.
Chat said that PayPal had reinstated their misinformation fine. Wasn't I'm not completely clear on the details, but was the general gist of it? I think it was like they would fine you up to $2,500 for saying things that they don't like. Basically, is it reinstated? Really?
They didn't quite. I looked into it. They haven't reinstated the exact policy about misinformation, but it's still so broad they can hit you for pretty much anything. Because one of the points in the terms is they can claim $2,500 from you as a standard fee, which they consider, what was the wording? A minimum reasonable fee for PayPal's inconvenience. It's like, I wish my inconvenience was worth $2,500.
Oh my god, for inconvenience?
Yeah. It's like, oh, that'll be fun. But one of the points in there is you're not allowed to, quote, lie to PayPal. So,
What?
PayPal could interpret that in many different ways.
Right.
And of course, it is $2,500 per infraction, as Chat points out, yes.
Yeah, they can interpret that way in there are no clear rules to that. It's like when you're paying someone, maybe you just kind of put like a one-word description, just you were lazy, and the description for what you're paying them for, and they hit you for that because you weren't detailed enough. Like, it's too ambiguous.
Mm-hmm. And that is the entire point of terms of service.
Okay. Wow.
It's a great thing. Mark James says, publishers are the worst. Just ask Mike Gordon on how Bethesda ID through, I guess, and not through the bus, but through under the bus, yes, and backed it up and drove over a dozen times. Bethesda ID. I don't think I've heard about this one. Oh, Doom guy, huh? Oh, the guy who made the Doom music. Yeah, Bethesda aren't good people. Glow in the Dark says, networking is more important than merit now. Tragically, in all but the outlier cases, that has always been the case. Like, unless you are incredible, like absolutely mind-blowingly amazing, yeah, connections are probably more important than merit.
Yeah,
Like, unless you are
they're
Michelangelo.
yeah, they're very important. I just don't think it should be everything, you know. I mean, at least like if you network and you get the job, if you obviously are not qualified, there should be consequences. You're never going to get around the fact that networking is important and people are going to give jobs to their friends. Just how it is.
It is. Always has been, always will be.
Hmm.
Black 1917 says, "Hi, Artemis." They communicate through chat sometimes. It's wonderful. Glow in the Dark says, "Can you call it empowerment if someone else gave it to you? More like a warlock. You made a deal with the devil and he can take it back. To become powerful, you need to do it yourself. There's no struggle in new stories, only vice and quick power-ups."
Interesting point. Yeah.
That's also why I hate the House of the Dragons, because she spends the princess spends practically the entire time whining about being like she give me power, give me power, give me power. Then she's given power, and then she whines about how nobody respects her automatically for being given power. And finally, after she's respected and given power, then she's like, "But this isn't what I wanted." Like, oh my god.
Huh. You know, I have to see the show. Because in the book she was kind of like that already. So if it's true to the books, I might not mind it. But it could also be annoying.
It is annoying to watch.
She's a little entitled in the books too. So just a disclaimer. That's at least it's just like George R. R. Martin's writing.
Well, the cake that walks is already on my shit list, so I can't make it any worse.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I need to turn my heat up. I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds.
Black 19 says, "Hi, Glowy," as they continue to communicate, as Glow in the Dark says, "Hi, Black. Black Lives Matter, except Kanye now." Ah, yes. Poor Kanye. He has been de-blackified. I seem to remember a Chinese commercial which did that, unironically. I guess that's what happened to Kanye. Poor lad. Let's see. Kanye West. What actually did happen to him? Anti-Semitic troubling behavior. Very well. Allegedly fired employee for suggesting playing Drake's song. Promoting anti-blackness. Yeah, they're still all over him. Poor guy.
Kanye's not black, Arch. He's white now.
I know. That's why the media is currently still gangbanging him quite viciously.
That's it. Good riddance. One less whitey to go.
He's a weird complexion for your average white person, but...
I want to...
Plus, nobody consulted me, and I'm pretty sure I'm responsible for handing out that card.
You follow G Prime, right? His art for that was quite funny. You ain't black. It sucks the black out of him.
Is Kanye West alluding to a connection to the Illuminati in his latest rant?
What?
So asks the Root.
I mean, he might.
Really? You think it likely, Kyle, that Kanye West is a card-carrying member of the Illuminati?
He probably is the the head honcho. It's all to throw us for a loop. The big 4D chess play right there. He's in control. He always has been, Chant. You've been manipulated by Kanye.
Something. Kanye West makes shocking claim that Michael Jordan's dad was sacrificed to the Illuminati. Right. I mean, I'll say this. They're going after him a bit hard, in my opinion, but he clearly also is a somewhat crazy person. Huh. Adidas plans to continue selling Yeezy sneakers without Kanye West. Sounds like a lawsuit to me, but okay, if you say so. Then again, if he's bankrupt, he's not going to be able to sue them, so...
Yeah, what can he do? He's fucked.
Oh yeah, the whole issue with Kanye is I don't quite understand it, but all I know is he does seem off his rocker completely. He clearly has issues. But still, I don't agree with them canceling him.
I mean, fuck him, right?
I mean, yeah.
He's not really black, so why should he have, any sort of franchise? Fuck him. He should be homeless.
He's an enormous racist.
Yeah, homeless. White people don't get homes anymore.
Oh my gosh. He's clearly a little bit unhinged.
This is what the media has taught me.
Yeah,
At least they've taught you something, Kyle. More than Common Core ever did.
That's true. It's a step in the right direction.
If the Root and CNN say somebody's canceled, then you're not allowed to like them anymore. It's just how it is.
Now that the guests have returned, we can move on from the not black person. Artemis Fowl says, you can have any identity except ginger. You can't have a natural red-headed character in Hollywood. Which out of them trying to put shoe polish on them? Without them, I guess. That's true, yes. The ginger genocide is real.
Oh yeah, that's really weird. I thought it was just Clownfish TV kind of joking about it at first, but now I'm noticing it. It didn't even register for me at first, but wasn't Chani from Dune a redhead in the books? I'm shocked it didn't make Jessica not a redhead or make her a minority or something like that.
Chani is what you said, redhead?
Yeah, I think she's a redhead in the books. I might be wrong.
I don't think so. If I remember right, she's supposed to be kind of like an Arab, like most Fremen.
I might be wrong.
But it's been fucking since middle school since I've read those damn things.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Why do you guys think Hollywood has such a hate boner for redheads?
Because they're soulless.
Oh, beyond that. That's a given.
Comes with the territory of being ginger.
Yes. No, I looked it up. She was kind of ginger, apparently.
Oh, she was? Okay.
Yeah.
Like rusty hair described.
Yeah.
So, kind of.
The Fremens had gingers.
Well, Kyle, maybe they interbred with the Offworlders. And they had soulless people in their
Don't bring up the Arab thing.
I mean, they're not. I don't think the Fremen were entirely just Arabs. I think they were modeled after the Berbers, but maybe I always imagine Chani is kind of like Circassian looking, so Circassians have redheads.
Kyle has been schooled on redhead-ology.
I don't think so, but we can go with that.
Kyle thinks I'm full of shit. That's fine.
I'm not gonna pretend I know.
I'm assuming they're just I guess redheaded actors are just rare, so they can't be bothered to look, and they're it's too much of an inconvenience to dye their hair or something.
A rust is a bit more browny though, like a browny orange.
Let's settle on a truce and just say her hair was burgundy. Burgundy hair. Redhead-ish. No, it seems like they're doing it on purpose just to get at people at this point. It's like they're mocking people with the power that they have. Like, look at this redhead character that we changed again.
It's the same way how they insist on making Twi'leks black.
Did they?
Barge is regurgitating what I've been teaching him. Bad, Barge. Bad. Sit. Yes, there is a
I noticed
trend.
that ages ago. You haven't even seen the Ahsoka actress.
No, Bubbles and I have been talking about this for a long time now. They have a tendency to been casting a lot of Twi'leks as black people, which Bubbles pointed out to me 3 years ago. He's like, maybe they're doing it because, the Twi'leks are a slave race, Kibbs. And I'm like, Bubbles. And then I thought about that, and I was like, oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, no.
Disney gone crazy.
It's one of those things where if there wasn't all this other cultural stuff going on, I wouldn't think too much about it. It could just be, well, maybe they're going for a certain type of creatures, for a certain type of feature for this alien race. But now I think,
Well, considering how creatively bankrupt Disney is, I sincerely doubt that.
And I have heard stories that black people came from space, so makes sense.
We're connecting the dots here, guys. It's not pretty.
The pyramids are actually interplanetary, interstellar, actually, spaceships.
You're right. Stargate
Little
taught
known
me
fact.
that. The ghoul, they're out there, guys.
Cryometan says also question.
What?
The writing on some people. Also, question, I'm presuming, about the fiendship Haltija, since it can be translated to Tolkien like elves or Santa type elves, which would be called gnomes in Finnish. What kind are these?
So the term, I took some terms from my world building from real world mythology, but usually, also with real world mythology, it's just like what elves meant before Tolkien popularized his version of elves. It kind of could mean anything from like tiny miniature house elves to like ethereal, tall woodland creatures. It could mean any of those things. It was just this catch-all term, just like the usage of goblin before Tolkien, well, honestly, even the way Tolkien used goblin was amorphous. Our modern perception of what a goblin is formed by works like D&D. So I kind of just looked for words in mythology that hadn't been used that often, but I would use those terms because I wanted to like pay respect to real world mythologies and the cultures that I was drawing inspiration from, but at the same time I just applied to something that I made up. So Haltija in my world are like little nature spirits. It's kind of like in if you go to the Pantheon page of my comic website, you can see at the bottom I detail what the Haltija are, and they're kind of like the lowest level of spirits. So they're not always humanoid. They can be like any sort of like weird, almost like amoeba like shapes. Sometimes they're humanoid, but sometimes they're formed like humans. Sometimes they literally just look like, you know, sea creatures or floating amoeba, and they're not always visible. They kind of blink in and out of the astral plane and the real the living world. And if you've seen the anime Mushishi, it's a lot like that. So like my mythology and my pantheon is like a weird cross between Slavic mythology, Norse mythology, and Shintoism. It's a little weird, but well, I promise you it works. So that's what the Haltija are, and they're spirits that protect trees and boulders and flowers and stuff. And then when you get to like larger natural formation like mountains and mountain ranges and oceans, you have larger spirits called Dunskagia protecting them, and the level above Dunskagia are actual gods. So there you go. That's my long-winded answer of how my pantheon works.
There's an interesting explanation because yes, back in the day, elf was well, it meant spirit more so really than anything else. In Norse mythology, in particular, we had Svarta Alver, Alver or Lysalver, and these all meant the same thing. And even then, we had more elves as well. Like they could be cunts. Like their entire job was to just be tricksters. Others were very nice and beneficent. We also had dwarves, which were also basically intermingled with the elves as well, because they were also spiritual creatures of the other world.
Yeah, in a lot of mythology all around the world, sort of these terms just shift, and because it's like, I think it's the reason this happens is just because every region has their own tales, and so there's no real consistency. It's not like there's a central authority dictating what these terms are used for. So every culture kind of just says like it's ambiguous. What is a djinn really? What is an elf? What is a fae? These terms weren't really defined that clearly until Tolkien decided to use those words. Yeah, so
It's, mostly based on oral tradition. It probably changed from teller to teller.
Yeah. If there is oral tradition, like, you know, the Indian oral traditions, like the Ramayana and stuff like that, then these creatures would be more, and these like fantastical, you know, races would be more clearly defined. But a lot of the times, like I noticed in Chinese mythology growing up with it, it's very ambiguous. Like, what is in Chinese, for example, the term like, Yao Jing is just kind of like an evil creature, but there is no real definition for it. There are different types of it in different stories, different like shape-shifting creatures. Could be Yao Jing, it could be some monster, it could be something that looks like a beautiful woman. Just kind of a catch-all term. So yeah. I just borrowed terms, and I hope that, I want to be respectful to real world cultures, of course, and I hope I didn't like use them wrong or anything, but yeah, it's the terms are the pantheon and everything is something that I made up just for my world.
There you go. Black 1917 says Harry Potter was turned down by everyone except the guy who was smart enough to give the first manuscript to his 12-year-old, who came back a few hours later demanding more. That was a good move.
Yeah.
And now she's a transphobe.
Apparently.
J.K. Rowling, that is.
She's a transphobe.
We all have our character arcs we must go through. J.K. Rowling's ones was a surprise, but...
I do respect her for standing by her guns on that. I mean, she's really not a transphobe. Obviously, everyone here knows that. I hope. But I think it's, I wonder if it's because she has a daughter. All she said is biological women should have their own spaces.
See, that's
so
probably a
weird
good point. Because I imagine she was looking down at her daughter and thinking, like, do I really want her to go into a toilet with a man dressed in a dress?
Yeah, I'm sorry, biological reality matters. I don't think she has anything against. She's clearly super progressive, but I don't think what she said was offensive at all. But that's where we are culturally, where something as mild as her opinions make you, I don't know, get you branded. And well, she's uncancelable, and but anyone else, imagine, like, the thing is, what happened to her happens to people every day in regular society. Just most people don't have money and influence like her to kind of stay afloat, even, and get their voice out there and even like make it clear what they really meant, right? She's able to stay afloat and survive this canceling, even though people are still going for her. Most people don't have that power.
That's true. Most cancellations are never spoken of. Glow in the Dark says Galadriel swimming across the Atlantic versus Indiana Jones holding on to submarine underwater across the Atlantic. I like Indiana Jones better because it's the original and funny. Oh, at least he was holding on to something, I guess. He did also hide in a fridge to survive a nuclear blast, so he clearly has some special powers.
Didn't she survive? I didn't see that episode, but I saw a clip of it. She survived like in a volcanic eruption or something.
Well, to be fair, the volcano was a while away, I guess.
That's kind of bullshit, though. I read there's like a real world instance of, I think somewhere in Indonesia or no, New Zealand or something, where a bunch of tourists got too close to a volcano, and it, like, the tourism company were basically irresponsible and took a bunch of hapless tourists there when they clearly had warnings that this volcano was about to explode, and they weren't right next to it, and still almost everybody died just from the heat. It's completely unrealistic what happened.
Volcanoes are dangerous, as it turns out.
Yeah, shocking. Shocking! Volcanoes will kill you.
Mark James says competition is a threat. That is also correct. And probably the reason why they are being quite heavy-handed about a lot of stuff. If, if you're producing a clearly inferior product, you definitely don't want people to be competing in that market space.
Yeah, I take a lot of this, this bullshit and the smearing and all and like, besides some cultural or political differences, like, like a lot of the things that they say about people in the indie scene, and I assume all of us here are just untrue, and they'll use like terms like sexist or racist to smear just anybody, as evidenced by J.K. Rowling. But I kind of take it as, if they weren't threatened, they wouldn't be putting this much effort into it. So good. Again, I'm happy to make these people feel threatened. I'm happy to make the old model of entertainment and this sort of cultural zeitgeist feel threatened. That means you're doing something right.
Mm-hmm. Glow in the Dark says Al Qaeda gets better treatment than people with harmful opinions. Then again, Al Qaeda backs up what they say. Maybe they want us to back up our words.
Oh boy.
Now, no bombing of any twin towers.
Oh, disavow.
Indeed, disavow. Silver Legion says, Arch, here's 20 on me. Love the videos. Thank you very much, sir. LC Sorana, I bet Arch looks at Kibbs and thinks I can breed him to get money from chat. Hashtag breed Kibbs in Canada. Oh, yes, I can get money off that, as we just demonstrated. 10 Canadian dollars, in fact. It is a business model.
Kibbs, are you in the are you in the US or Canada?
You're trying to dox me. I see how it is.
Oh, okay. You don't have to answer.
It's not a secret. I'm in the United States. I get often joked at being called a Canadian because I live in Minnesota. You know, north.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
That's where the whole joke comes in.
I understand now.
So John says, the wheel won't turn, businessman. Investment company like BlackRock are pushing that ESG so companies don't need that audience, just them. They are. But that only works so long as you have a lot of money. And things are getting a little bit dicier in that department.
Yeah, the ESG stuff is interesting because it's, I think at first everyone thought that sort of these diversity quotas were just being pushed by activists, but well, a lot of this money for these activist movements are coming from investment corporations and from ESG funds. So now that's getting out there, people are starting to talk about that, which makes me very happy. This shit's not a conspiracy anymore. I think it's getting to the point, or it will get to the point where these ESG funds are not enough anymore. Like, you need an audience, you need to be producing product that people actually like.
Everything's a conspiracy until it gets proven true.
There you go. True.
The tragic truth of our tale.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus James says, shame Elon bought Twitter and not Games Workshop. That would have been funny. I would have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are saying that about companies that they wish would change.
I hope he makes Twitter profitable and then buys YouTube.
YouTube, Wizards of the Coast, Paizo, everything. Well, not everything, but people like Elon. I don't want one person to own everything.
Elon Inc. ended up producing literally everything at one point because, well, the others were retarded.
I do look forward to what he's doing with Twitter, though. I heard he's Twitter just filed to be a payment processor, I think, which is interesting. And I think what I read was that he's intending to make Twitter more like WeChat, sort of like an everything app. That'll be kind of cool if he does it successfully.
That seems to be the idea, and I don't mind, honestly. Until proven otherwise, I'll trust Elon a lot more than I trust Google.
Yeah, and I think WeChat and apps like Line have a really good model. I just refuse to use WeChat because it's Chinese. So I would love an American alternative.
There you are. Young Thinker One says the funniest bit from his trial is the fact that he cucked the CA governor. His trial. His trial? Whose trial?
I don't know about that either. California governor. Who is that, Newsom?
Nothing leaves to mind.
I don't know about... No. Well, Newsom's a joke, so...
Blue Grimgrin says, go ahead and ban me, Gibbs. Aw, Gibbs is fighting the chat. Why?
Oh, which one?
Blue Grimgrin.
I don't even know who that is.
That's good, at least. So John says, maybe the directors, producers should beg for amnesty. It's the big thing for the vax pushers. Yeah, there was an article recently, which was, what was it? We should declare a vaccination amnesty, and it was basically a long screed of how, like, listen, I did a lot of horrible things during the pandemic, and now I'm ashamed of it.
No, that was pretty infuriating. No, I don't think that should. I did. I would like to think that I'm a forgiving person, but I mean, really, the amount of people who had their lives destroyed just because they said the wrong thing, not even just whether or not they wanted to get the vaccination. Like, it was infuriating if you couldn't talk about where you thought the virus came from, and especially people who follow China closely, which I do. We were all saying it was the lab at first, and you weren't allowed to say that. People are literally getting fired over it, and now you want an amnesty over destroying lives and possibly killing people. I don't think so.
Yeah, that was a conspiracy theory too, until CNN aired it.
Yeah, isn't it always like that?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in an amnesty. I think you did dumb things, and I think you should be held responsible for those dumb things, preferably. Lieutenant Dan says, riddle me this, Arch, and tell me who controls all finance, media, and porn, as well as blacklist you. The answer is in your heart. Name the Democrat?
What?
I'll go with that. Because I know it got Kanye cancelled.
Are they trying to make you say the edgy thing that I'm thinking of?
I think so too.
Okay, alright. We're not gonna go there.
You must understand, chat. I'm a veteran anti-Semite. I know how to avoid it.
Maybe I can say it. I'm part Jewish.
Well, I also do have a Jew card, but
I know.
I wouldn't want to use it on something so simple.
Well, apparently those don't work so well anymore. Let's avoid it.
Spencer says, does anyone remember the Halo show? Still mad. You mean the Pablo Schreiber, the TV series? Yes, that was a thing.
It was easy to forget it because it wasn't very memorable.
Halo was never a very
good franchise. The unfortunate memory I have still is the fucking fact that I just remember everyone's asses. It's burned into my memory.
Like showing asses for some reason, yes.
That and the eyeball torture scene. Like, those are the three things that, like, are burned into my memory, sadly.
See, unlike you, pervert, the one thing I remember is being fucking right. That's what I remember. I remember sitting there and I'm going like, first episode, he's going to take his helmet off. And what happened, Kyle?
Yeah, but everybody said that.
No, you didn't. I remember distinctively you going like, no, they couldn't do that.
Yeah. I said that, but everyone else didn't because I didn't want them to do it. Everybody on the internet's like, he's going to take his helmet off. I'm like, he better not. And then he does. And then not only just take his helmet off, but then he starts stripping butt naked.
First episode. And then he has sex with the alien person.
It's just really bad, honestly, and I don't want to remember it.
And then she becomes their allies, because I guess Pablo Schreiber's dick is very large.
Well, after she has like a change of heart. But then a black person
beats her, and the police violence turns her to the aliens again. It was quite the roller coaster ride.
And then she turns good again, then dies.
Did she?
Yep.
Did she turn good? I thought she just... Oh, no, yeah, and then she kind of did. Like, she saved Pablo Schreiber, and then the aliens shot her.
Yep.
And then she died in the dream world of Halo, and they looked up at the Halo and like, look, it's the video game thing.
When we got to that point, I was like, this is Halo? I couldn't even tell anymore. It definitely was a show that existed.
It was a show. I'm looking forward to season 2.
I'm not.
Glow the Dark says, I think the reason people don't want to work hard anymore is because of people like Twitter elites. Hard works look at this and say, why am I doing this? So an asshole can do yoga. Disassociation with work and benefits. Yeah, like I said, like, if the software engineer guy did a super hard job and like had to work 14 hours of overtime a day, I'd be like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But no. He doesn't. Like, he works from home and spends most of his time playing with his fucking dog. Like, he doesn't deserve the benefits over the guy who goes out at 7 o'clock in the morning whilst it's fucking raining, it's -1 degree Celsius, and he needs to build a house outside, you know? He doesn't get to work from home. He doesn't get to go to lunch for an hour.
Well, I don't think that's the demographic that's saying hard work isn't worth it anymore. I think those are the people that are, their take is more, why are these people not working hard, like me? Or maybe both. It could be. It could be.
Laziness. It's just a plague upon humanity, I think.
I don't know. I think, especially in the States, we have a issue with kind of mollifying people's feelings, and everything is about people having to feel good all the time. And that's just sort of that came out of this sort I don't know, it's a weird thing about our culture where it's like we're selling feeling good, and even that bled over to both entertainment and education, except that's not really that doesn't make people happy. And I think a lot of people in my generation I see here have a lot of issues, to be honest. I'm not trying to be mean, but a lot of people are depressed, or they're like, everyone, it's kind of a joke, but there's a lot of people with anxiety issues and depression, and um mental health treatment is also a thing that we need to work on, instead of just medicating people nonstop. But I think the reason behind that is people aren't fulfilled, and they know how to find instant gratification, but they don't know what it's like to earn something over the long term, and kind of feel okay about suffering for a bit in the present because it's for a greater purpose.
Well, that's the thing too about fulfillment, because it's an ever-moving goal. Like, a peasant was fulfilled when he could fucking eat. Whereas now, we've moved it into the realms of the metaphysical, almost. And the thing is, we do have the opportunity to pursue that fulfillment now, but it's probably going to be hard. Like, if your sense of fulfillment is being like a horse breeder or a wine grower or something, right? So some off the wall job that there's very little demand of, you can go do it, but you are going to have to put an absolute truckload of effort into it. And that's the problem. Like, most people don't want to do that. And that's fair too. Like, if you want to just do whatever, you want to work at the supermarket or whatever for I care, that's fine. But if it makes you unhappy, you should also try and do something beyond that. And that is something we do need to try and teach people. Again, the idea of redefining success. If you want to be a YouTuber, well, just start doing it. It's going to probably take you years before you get any sort of recognition. It's going to suck. It's going to be a lot of hard work. And to begin with, you're going to have one person who watches you and is like, yeah, I think this is funny. But, we have so many opportunities to do things today. And yet at the same time, we've probably never been less motivated to try and do it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Maybe it's not just that; it's that people are so unhappy with what they have. That might be it. That's hard though, because um um some of my family in Taiwan had said that it looks like Americans have so much they don't know how to be happy with it. Like, I don't know how to say it in English, but there might be a point to that. It's almost like, well, when you have everything, it's like the rich person whose every want is met, but they're still unhappy.
Yeah. Like, it's tragically just kind of human nature, really. Like, if you get used to a thing, you will expect that thing to always be that thing. If you get
Yeah.
used to spending 6 hours on a golf course every day, you're going to find being deprived of that golfing experience to be deeply inhumane.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how to solve it other than, I don't know.
Child
There's only
labor.
a child labor, yeah. Well, you can continue making content. We can continue making content. That's all we can do. I think that's good, providing entertainment. And I think that helps people. Entertainment and storytelling is important to people's psyche. So
It is.
that's all I can do. Save my
Chat is getting
society.
hung up on the point of horse breeding. Listen, horse breeder is a profession, okay? It might not be glamorous, but it's a job.
It is a profession.
It was the first thing that came to mind for some reason too. I was like, well, what's a weird job? Oh, that. Black 1917 says the most common asshole rich kids are either new money or second or later generation money. That's true. Usually the people who have actually worked for their money at least tend to have a certain degree of understanding of that. Well, they can be assholes too, mind you, as many people who became rich did things to earn that wealth, but
Yeah.
Sujad says the Aztecs deserved it. Oh my. The surrounding nations sided with the Spanish against the Aztecs. They were that bad. True, but no.
Well, still disavow genocide, but also human sacrifice.
The Aztecs had some heavy duty traditions of their own. Like, a lot of people forget this, but the Indians too, like the Plains Indians, were fucking monsters. Like unironically, like the shit
when they
would
warred
do
with
to
each other.
other.
Yeah. When they fought each other, like the way, like there was headhunting, and almost like a lot of Aborigine societies, or indigenous societies. I say Aborigine because Taiwanese Aborigines would do headhunting. It was like I would like kill someone from your tribe for like a tribal, feud, and just cut their head off, and that was a prize, and it's like seen as a regular thing you had to do to keep the peace. It was weird.
There was
Let's not portray all indigenous societies as like perfect and peaceful with nature until the evil Europeans came along. Doesn't mean they deserve to
they
be
had
wiped
some
out,
things.
but they were not all perfect.
There was one tribe that had a torture method where they'd chop off a person's hands and feet, and then they would light fires around the stumps to cauterize them, and then they would just move the fire slowly until eventually the guy just died of pain.
Oh my god! Oh yeah,
And
there you go.
that was how they did it.
There was this what was it? It was a Persian method of killing someone. I think in Mongolia they have something similar where they essentially lock someone up in like a box with just their head and hands and feet sticking out so they couldn't move. They just be locked out and die of exposure. And the Persian method of killing that person was they would force feed them with like honey and a bunch of like really sweet things. So not only would they die of exposure, but they would die of exposure while being eaten by bugs from the inside.
Oh, delectable.
Pleasant. The ancient world was really, really great, guys.
It's like, I mean, see, the ancient world was full of a lot of people who got fucked over really badly, and therefore probably had a lot of time to think about this.
Yeah, they were creative with how to torture their fellow human beings.
I don't know if this is true because it sounds too fanciful, but there was a story about an execution method in Africa where they would do kind of the same thing. They would just bury someone up to their neck in the ground near an anthill, and then they just kind of leave because the ants would eventually then realize that, oh, hey, food. And they'd come on over and they'd slowly eat them, and they'd eat everything.
I've heard of that. I don't know if it's true either. I mean, what are you talking about? All cultures are beautiful, everyone.
They are. Fun for the whole family, frankly. Dryfee says, how about Andromeda with Kevin Sorbo? It wasn't quite Farscape, but as a kid, it was pretty cool. Andromeda.
I've watched that. That's special as fuck, especially towards the end. An interesting concept, to say the least, but that show was definitely your B tier sci-fi.
I haven't watched this. I just googled it to see, but I have no recollection of this thing.
Neat idea, but lacked polish.
I do remember him as Hercules, though.
In the first episode, there's actually a literal reference to like the Hercules, where he opens up like a part of his cabinet, and there's like a fucking Hercules outfit, and the other crew are like, "What's that?" He's like, "It's a long story."
Hercules wasn't bad. I
it's
was
a
always more of
charming
a
show.
Xena kind of guy, but
If you liked Hercules, then you should give Andromeda a shot. But bear in mind, the last season, they figured out, or what was the last 2 episodes? They learned that their show got canceled, and they did the worst thing that your show does, and they're like, let's try to wrap it up in 2 episodes. That was pretty bad and very contrived and terrible.
at least they tried.
It's better to just roll with it like Firefly. Just roll with it until you die.
The thing is that it's too old television. Like I rewatched Xena, Warrior Princess, a few years ago, and God, like the overwhelming impression is like this is old TV.
Yep,
Like
everybody's...
the special effects and shit, and the fight scenes, like man.
You know how you lament about that fucking Berserk anime weeb stuff, right? About that fucking boat thing? Yeah, basically
The
Andromeda had that, except it was a planet. And as soon as they stopped doing space travel, because the whole premise of Andromeda is this captain's been trapped in time, and he's going back to rebuild, or he's not going back. He's trapped in a galaxy now that is no longer remembers the Commonwealth, a nation he was a part of, and everything's chaotic, and it's basically like, you know, the Dark Ages. And so it's a cool premise where this captain's like from a bygone era, and he has a warship from a ancient period of time that's more advanced than all these like savages, basically, and he's going around rebuilding the Commonwealth. And it's a really, really cool thing, because you get to see the story progress, and they're rebuilding the Commonwealth, and then the end happens, and the end happens. And that's all I can really say on that note. But it's a cool premise.
There you go. I think I'd rather just rewatch Xena, honestly, at that point. At least Xena understood its audience. Like violence and chicks. There you go. Nice and simple.
Violence and chicks. That's what sells.
At least it did back
That's-
then.
Best to just embrace it. Blood and boobs.
Noli says, you know, Arch, apparently you're rich. Exactly how much money are we going to have to give you to get you to buy Netflix? Think about it. You could stop the anime adaptations, sell the good stuff on DVD, make Kyle a mascot public. See,
You can't
there's a difference.
that.
There's a difference in term here. I may be rich, but I am not wealthy.
He's not loaded to the point where he can actually just go up and straight up buy something like that, especially pre-established.
I am rich to the point where I can buy as many snacks as I want and never worry about it. That's my level of rich.
Mm-hmm. He's just a
I can
blonde
grow
bimbo.
fat in comfort.
Fat
That's a
blondie.
pretty good life, though.
Oh yeah, I'm not complaining.
He
You know,
will,
my job is YouTube. Like I'm See, we're sitting here like talking about like people today are spoiled. They need to go back to the fucking coal mines at the same time.
Oh yeah, no, this is not done without some self-awareness.
It's like, don't get me wrong, I've got a pretty cushy job, but I did make this job myself. Okay, that's my defense.
Yeah, I imagine none of us kind of had this handed to us, so at least there's that.
There's that.
It ain't no coal mine. I'm not pretending. You know, I'm like, we're not essential to society, and you know, medics or anything. But...
Yep. We are a luxury. Minutes of.
Yeah.
At least we're not journalists either.
That's why we also
At
don't
least
want
we're
war.
not journalists.
We don't want crisis, because crisis means nobody wants to buy video games, nobody wants to buy comics, they want food. We starve.
I don't know, Kyle. I've got a field. I can provide food.
For a while.
You know what?
You
I've
don't
kind of
strike
heard
me as the
opposite.
farming type, Arch. You're gonna fucking
No,
starve.
but I do strike you as the kind who would hire people to farm for me.
Yeah, that's the type you strike me as, the slave owner.
go. Problem solved.
Oh no!
The
He
plantation.
didn't say anything
boy.
about paying.
Yeah, he's not gonna pay. He'll promise pay, and then they'll get there and it's like, it's gonna be less than what I agreed upon.
Well-
Also, you're indentured servants now.
Again, if the crisis does come and we need to teach the coming generations how to avoid the next one, having their children work on my farm is the first step to rebuilding society.
Yes, you're just helping them.
That's the narrative we'll go with, at least.
Yep. And it'll be way better. Okay, we won't have pick the cotton anymore. We'll have pick the potato.
Oh dear.
Mike Merchant says, lots of good pointers mentioned. I myself am working on writing a book about a young alchemist trying to develop firearms in a world dominated by magic. Good. I hope you do well. I hope it is a good story.
Best of luck.
I look forward to seeing the part where he needs to experiment with bat poop in particular. Elsis Surana says, soon, ? Arch, you've been going on long enough for me to go into work and come back. Listen. It's fine, okay? Long show is good. It means we're having
the
fun.
supers. I agree.
It has been fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully I haven't been too boring. Chat, you can be honest with me. But yeah.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Asked the Irish about the potato famine.
You mean the failed famine. Didn't wipe out the Irish. Black 1917 says, the Spanish get too much shit for what happened to the Aztecs. Remember, every single native nation and tribe around them sided with the Spanish for a reason known like the Aztecs. Again, true enough. The Aztecs were kind of assholes.
Oh, really? Is that true? Oh, that's funny. I did hear that all the other native tribes hated the Aztecs. I didn't know they sided with the Spanish.
Oh no, the Spanish they were dick, all of them. I think what were they, 200-300 or something? They weren't going to conquer the Aztecs, but there were a lot of other native tribes that the Aztecs had been ritualistically abusing for decades, and were willing allies.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes much more sense than 300 Spanish people, wiping out a society. So there you go. Blame the other natives.
Mm-hmm. It's a question about natives' inhumanity to natives, as Oprah Winfrey might put it. Listen, it wasn't a racist genocide, okay? We had the natives kill each other.
That doesn't count.
Defense. Black 917 says, I'm surprised all this talk about anime and manga hasn't summoned Boog. It's probably nighttime in Mexico.
We should have upped a Weebery.
Good God, no.
Cryo Maton says, as a Finn, I demand reparations for the Swedish Crusade. Without them, we would be peaceful forest pagans. The Swedes have much to answer for.
Yeah, Sweden used to be pretty aggressive, huh?
They had a brief period where they had balls. It was quickly beaten out of them by the Russians and the Germans and the English.
I was reading about in Russian history for a while, the history of the entire Romanov dynasty, which is 600 years or some shit. And I was like, oh, they used to go to war with the Swedes all the time. Well, how Sweden has changed. So shocked.
A fun piece of trivia. The two countries that have been at war with each other most times over the course of history is not England and France. It's Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, which had varying degrees of unions between each other.
That's completely not surprising at all. That seems about right.
And nobody won, ever. It was entirely fucking pointless. All of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Glow in the Dark says, reimagining a character is fine, but not every 2 weeks. Wait a year or at least 6 months and give it time to breathe. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. Okay, I entirely admit, characters can get stale. I'm sure having Batman from the 1950s as a detective would be, 80 years later would be pretty fucking boring today. But at the same time, you need variance, and you can do it on the character too. Honestly, if you had a Batman 2 movie today, where he was actually just a fucking detective, he didn't go to Taiwan or what was it? What was that place he went to train? Some Chinese monastery place thing where he learned magical arts of beating up homeless people.
Tibet?
Was that? Oh, so other China. There you go.
I think they don't want to be part of China, but carry
Many
on.
places don't want to be part of China, and he has.
That's true.
Like, okay, he didn't go to magical mystery monks, and he didn't learn how to become that, and he just had to solve crimes by being like a crime hunter. And the whole Batman thing was actually to scare people into surrendering rather than just kicking their ass with like space karate. Like, okay, that could be interesting at least.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
He'd set up elaborate fucking, like, ridiculously over-the-top elaborate traps, like haunted houses where he'd scare the shit out of them. That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with reimagining a character. It's just, you have to understand the character first. So I think, like, every character sort of has some leeway, but there are certain core rules to it that if you change it, it just completely ruins their, the entire point to why they were created. The stuff like, well, Batman's rule about never killing, and Luke being hopeful and being sort of like the, especially after what he went through and proving that his hopefulness and his faith in humanity kind of saved everything. There's some things about a character that just, I mean, can't be changed without really, really drastic traumatic reasons, and they don't do that. They pretend like these characters are completely malleable and can be changed to completely different people on a whim. Yeah, I don't blame fans for being upset over that. It's completely justified.
Marcus James says, economy is no longer the dollar, it is now the credit, aka ESG, EGS credit. Like, yes. That is one of the problems. So John says, Sarkeesian and other woke skulls were angry over proposed changes to a remake of Buffy would have Buff as a black chick. Oh, why not?
What?
I'm actually quite glad the whole Buffy remake thing just went down the toilet, because it probably would have been shit. Drivey says, what was it, Iceman again? Jean Grey mind-graped him until he changed who he likes, or something like that. I don't actually know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what happened. It's pretty fucked up. The way they explained him becoming, suddenly coming out as gay, even though throughout his entire character history he has only ever dated women and hadn't been interested in any men, was basically Jean Grey went into his mind and was like, you're gay now.
Oh.
He's like, oh yes, that's who I really am. So I think quite logically people had questions about that. But you're not allowed to question it, or you're homophobic, I guess.
Well, at least she fixed him. That's good.
Right.
A little bit of conversion therapy never hurt anyone, I suppose. Marcus James says, people were upset when Samus Aran's character was misrepresented in the other M. I don't know anything about Samus Aran. Can't comment. Misrepresented. And Google gives me no clues either. I'll take your word for it then. Black917 says, that's the thing, Renie. The wokists hate the core fans and want them gone because these are their characters now. Does kind of feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I don't know. To me, it seems I think that's more toxic than anything else. Like, you're coming into established characters that people love and changing the very core of what franchises and characters and entire genres are, and then you're blaming the original fans of it for having a problem with it. I mean, you weren't here first, you didn't build it, you have no right to be acting like this. But I think it's really disrespectful. I mean, they're free to just go off and make their original work, but that's not what they're doing. But what can we do about it? I think at this point they have control of so many popular franchises, fine, let them have it. But we can build something new.
Yep.
And that's what we
And
should
eventually
do.
that'll be corrupted as well. It'll become a Disney property, but hopefully we'll all be dead by then.
Well, yeah, or the people building it will have some balls and will not let it be corrupted, and hopefully this weird cultural stuff will go away. Hopefully. Well, let me have some hope. The tiny little bit of hope I still have, let me hold on to it for now.
Black 1917 says that's because the woke are inherently bigoted. They are. David Morrison, your art is creepy in a good way, compelling.
Thank you? Question mark?
Question mark?
I don't
He did
think
say in a
I've-
good way.
Yeah, it is a good. Well, no, it is a compliment, but thank you very much. I've never heard anyone say my art was creepy, but sure. It is a little anime. Maybe it's the anime eyes.
Dryfee says, problem with violence. I remember a 19s children PG movie called Ant Z by DreamWorks. Still remember the battle scene of the MC holding his friend's disembodied head. Some good entertainment from the 90s, early 2000s. Ant Z.
Oh, the 90s were great.
The thing is, children's entertainment used to be a lot darker than it is today. Like, quite a lot darker.
Yeah, I guess so.
But, if anything, that just made it better. Because it wasn't dark for the sake of being dark. It was... dark is almost kind of the wrong word. Like, it was just... it was heavier. It was more serious. It took its audience more seriously. Like the original Batman animated series, for example.
Right, yeah. Or, I didn't get that many American shows in Taiwan, but Gargoyles and Mummies Alive are the ones I remembered.
Mhm.
And anime still has stuff that's, I like the term heavier, because dark is a kind of like a stained term where people think you're just trying to be edgy. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think it's better that way. Kids can handle a little bit of maturity. And it's like complex themes, right? Kids aren't stupid. It can be a little more complex.
I feel like most things back then had a little bit more like grit to them. I mean, even shows like SWAT Cats was about a pair of furries driving a fighter jet and shooting monsters. Like, okay, here you go. Biker Mice from Mars were about 3 furries fighting a war against Martians. That was another thing. There was a lot more conflict in those shows, it feels like.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, they're like Gargoyles and Mummies Alive. There's no other way to. It was like kind of darker themes. It was like kind of a little bit horror themed, and I like kind of stuff. But even without that, it's more just having complexity. I think even like Avatar: The Last Airbender was probably the last children's show made in America I really liked. And it had complexity, and it had like there were characters dying and stuff, and they were talking about addressing complex and heavy themes that I think kids have to learn about. It wasn't just about simple and easy to understand and safe themes. I don't think that's good entertainment for kids.
No, definitely something a little bit more complex would be better. Oh well, I guess the children will just have to watch it when they work in the mines.
Yeah. That's a price
Nolly?
they'll pay.
So, speaking of Arch, where is your Nature Girl video? That was on the old channel, wasn't it? It's probably unlisted with everything else after YouTube's latest wave of toss changes. Listen, having old stuff up on YouTube these days is dangerous, alright? What was okay in 2016 is not anymore. And Nolly also says, come on, Arch, get into the spirit. Let's all hold hands and chant that famous environmentalist chant, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull thrones. I do remember she actually sliced a guy's throat open with her antlers in that fucking comic, too. Like, just... well, I mean, there you go. There's some darker children's entertainment. It's just that it's more eco-terrorist than fighting for good things. Maybe that's the problem. Like, at the end of the day, Batman was still the good guy, even when he was the darker Batman. Whereas now, the good guy's the villain.
I also don't know if X-Men comics are strictly children's entertainment anymore. I'd say like maybe teen, but well, the issue there is you have people that are characters that are supposed to be the protagonists and heroes acting like villains, and the story telling you that's fine. That's a great lesson, kids. You should just go out and hurt people that piss you off for no logical reason. Good job.
Marcus James says, fantasy is the hero's journey. Reality is the three fates of heroes. Martyrs, traitors, or frauds. Oh. Depressing. No, not necessarily untrue. Glow in the Dark says, I disagree, Arch. The guy who built his house did work at home. Most people back in the day never went far from home. Traveling was hard. Most of the thing people are doomed is looking at the corruption and suppression by the corrupted need optimism. I mean, he's not working from home. Like, you could say that he goes to and from his house, I guess, but not quite what I intend. Elsis Surana says, for me, having a better life is all about having a beer to drink, a pixel waifu to spank, at least 4 hours of nightmare-free sleep a day. Well,
that's pretty
at least
good
those
lunch.
are achievable goals.
Yeah.
Except maybe the pixel waifu. Like, we're still away from way away from holograms that you can actually spank, frankly. It's difficult.
Almost getting there. I approve.
We're working on it. Fjolnir says, Icelander here. Here we have a pretty good idea how Old Norse can sounded, and it sounded nothing like Crawford's pronunciations. Oh.
No, I'm not saying his pronunciations are perfect. I just appreciate his knowledge of the mythology. As a fellow ignorant American who doesn't really know jack shit about, well, I know Asian culture, but yeah, there aren't that many resources to learn about a lot of cultures and mythologies, besides from the Bible. And Norse mythology is one of the ones that you can find out most about. But I don't know. I hope that it doesn't, I hope people see this stuff as cultural appreciation. I mean, it's good to be learning about each other's culture. Yeah. I hope that nobody thinks I'm making a joke out of anyone's culture. I mean, it's just inspiration.
Artemis Fowl says, I am an engineer. I work hard. Zlatimus, I have heard you work. I question this. Going for Gold 85 says, lunchtime margaritas and complaining about white men, Arch. That's what 7,250 people do a day. The other 250 are the white men that write the code. That does seem like Twitter, doesn't it? Black917 says, that reminds me of when Elon offered to donate 100 million if the UN would show exactly where the money would go, and they refused. Yes, this will end world hunger. Okay, give me a plan. Well, it's complicated.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of these causes, right? And I mean, it's disillusioning, but they ask you for a lot of money to end world hunger or help this group or the other group, and then you find out, where did the money go? Someone embezzled it, and you're lucky if you find out the truth behind someone actually taking the money, using it for themselves. Most of the time you just don't know, it just disappears. It sucks. They take advantage of bleeding hearts. So don't be fooled too much.
Sujan says the Aztecs deserved it. I read that one already. Mind a proper choice. Gnolly says westernization did good things. Careful now. Apparently that's what the kids these days call internalized imperialism. Says the one who thinks communism is the way to go.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess I'll have that, whatever the fuck, as much as yeah, as much as I want. Too bad.
For Max Smiley says Spanish, I'm sorry, but no more human sacrifices. Ah, the oppression of the people. You're not allowed to kill your neighbors anymore, but we always have. The sun will stop rising. Trust me, it's fine.
I do think the Spanish did more than that, but
they carried out a couple minor human sacrifices of their own too.
They might have.
But hey, yeah, omelets and eggs and stuff, I guess. Young Thinker 1 says movies to watch: True Romance, Frailty, and Army of Darkness. True Romance as a special spicy scene that cannot be made today. Don't think I watched it. True Romance. 1993. Old.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything.
Spencer says they are more concerned with the expression of wealth than actually having wealth. Read Millionaire Next Door to understand. Well, that's a common thing too. People living above their means. A dangerous obsession.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where a lot of people's debt comes from. Not everyone, but it's a problem.
The credit card was a very stupid invention.
Yeah. Oh, at least here, you have to do anything you need credit. You know, it's all about, like, society is built around encouraging you to borrow money, and I hate it. It's so stupid. Like, you can be responsible and just save up all the money you need before buying anything, but no, you don't have good credit, so you never own a house or start a business if you don't have credit. It's ridiculous.
Mark James says, remember, it is not November. Actually, I think it's NTR-vember, actually. I think you'll find. So John says, to all played the Violated Heroine game. I have heard that one, and I'm pretty sure it's something filthy.
Well, looking this up put me on a watch list.
Google seems to confirm my suspicion that it's something filthy, yes.
Does it have something to do with an anime that's... I'm not gonna go there.
This is no, I haven't played this, and I'm thinking I'm fairly grateful for it, actually. Glow in the Dark says, Renie. For some reason, I heard that as Renie now. Yeah. Renie, have you ever had to make furry art?
No, actually. Yeah.
No.
I am shocked too. No, that is actually an honest answer. I've drawn like a couple of rated R things just for people who requested. I have no problem with it. Not that all furry art is like porn, but no, I never drawn for furry stuff.
Going for Gold 85 says, random newspaper. Is Kanye West making references to Illuminati conspiracy theory in recent tweets? Me. What the fuck? I love Kanye now. Yeah, that was an interesting headline.
Gosh, Kanye is one of those people where it's like, I think he's insane, but I don't know if it's like his insanity is just masking actual knowledge of something. I'm like trying to parse what he says because I feels like he has so much influence. He probably knows some stuff and he's probably met some people and seen some shit. So it's like, have they been drugging his water or something just so he'd seem crazy because he knows too much? It seems like that sometimes.
Who the fuck knows? It's like, yeah, he probably does know people, but the shit he says.
Mm. Yeah, I have questions and suspicions.
Elsis Surana says, I know Arch isn't a transphobe. He's a sister of battle fetishist and simp. See, I'm not afraid of trans people. I just don't like them. There you go. I'm not a transphobe.
Oh boy. Twitter will really like that line.
Yes. Nah, my stance on that is very simple. If you're an adult to do whatever the fuck you want, just don't do it to children.
Yeah, I
Nice and
agree on
simple.
that.
Plus, I'm friends with Dev, and he practically is the trans community at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I like Dev.
I like Dev too, occasionally. Artemis Fowl says, my favorite being from Norse mythology is Ratatosk. He literally travels all over the world tree and carries messages between Hralsvargar and Nidhogg. That's a squirrel, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's the squirrel that is gnaws at the world tree?
I think he's a messenger or something.
I think he's the messenger and he gnaws at the world tree. I might be wrong, because there's also a deer that feeds on the world tree. No, the squirrel does gnaw on the world tree. I think the name is supposed to mean something like gnawing.
Oh, there you are. All I know is that Norse mythology has a interesting relationship with animals, like Freya, for example, who decided to leash 2 house cats to a chariot and then go mush, and it worked somehow.
That makes sense.
I don't know. I've seen a house cat. I don't know if I'd tie it to a chariot. Much less expect it to move.
Yeah, with a lot of this ancient mythology, I want whatever they were smoking. It's because oh, it seems like good stuff.
So the one good thing I'll say about recent Marvel movies is that in the latest Thor movie, which was mostly a disaster, but they introduced his goats in it, and they're great. They just scream constantly, and I found that very funny because goats do scream, and it's really uncomfortable hearing it.
They do. They sound like people yelling. It's so funny.
Yes, it's hilarious.
Whoa! Oh, chat
That was
says
the
that
only good part.
Oh, I didn't see it. I've given up on all those movies.
That
Nidhogg
was
is a
actually
snake?
great. Because they played it off exactly like you'd hope they would as well. Like this was all just one retarded giant joke. But Thor obviously loves it. Like he's like, look at these majestic animals. Everyone else is like, they sure scream a lot. Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty funny.
The goats are great. They also look like they're the only people in the entire story who realize how ridiculously fucked up all of this is. Nico says, missed most of the stream. Did you explain Warhammer lore to Arena? If not, then please do. All of it.
I guess we'll be here all night. No, I do want to learn more about Warhammer. So the reason I haven't gone into Warhammer is because I know I have obsessive tendencies and I will have no life and this comic will never get done if I get into this. I already play too much Pathfinder as it is. No.
Don't worry. Games Workshop is currently in the middle of ruining as much of their setting as they can.
Oh, well, that seems to be the case with a lot of these gaming companies. I don't know how like it works with Warhammer. With Pathfinder, there was some weird stuff where they were obviously Paizo's always been like really progressive, but they've gone like progressive to me is not the same as woke. And recently they put out a bunch of kind of like they've been wokeifying their organized play, but that's organized play. I try to not be too bothered about it, but I guess it could trickle down, and if you're changing the game, you're changing the game. I don't know.
In GW's case, they've mostly completely lost touch with what the universe was actually about at this point. And that's the issue, because it's no longer really even 40k. It's some thing that's pretending to be Warhammer.
Right. From what I've heard is, I mean, 40K is supposed to be hardcore and it's supposed to be no holds barred, and it's space Nazis, and that's the whole point of it.
Uh-oh.
But like, are they trying to make it safe and stuff?
Yes, they're trying to make it progressive. Of course they are. Because everything needs to be progressive now. It is the sad state of things. But if you ever do want to learn about it, I think I can fulfill that role pretty well.
No, I would love to. There goes the rest of my free time, but I'll pick your brain about this someday.
Thomas Finton says ESG is merely a short trip for many of the dying corpos because of them going broke, then getting woke. Only to go brome post merging and consolidate. Look to Warner Brothers merging plans, for example. Yeah, Warner Brothers is trying to get rid of its woke curse now. Like it's trying, but it's also fighting the entire system as it's trying to do so. So we'll have to wait and see if they're successful. Lord Compass Spartan says hashtag don't forgive, don't forget. Yes. The Nice Eden says Arch needs to buy Warhammer and bring back Bretonnians. Poor Bretonia. They were done. They were done rotten, they were. Well, we'll have to see Warhammer's stocks crash a bit first, then we'll talk. Elisis Serrano says, lucky for Arch, he has farmers and ranchers in chat. Hashtag breed kibs in Canada. Kyle could be a farmer, I think. I think he has the requisite skill set.
I've lived on a farm.
Thank you for volunteering, Kyle.
I'm not volunteering.
David Morrison says, it was your monster designs. Striking and immersive, he says. That's why he called it creepy.
Oh, the monsters in Fiendish?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did actually put a lot of thought into the demons. Obviously, I really like Lovecraft, but I try to put a little more into it. Again, there's also, it's like there's a lot of Lovecraft influence, a lot of Berserk, but I've sat everything out in Pathfinder, so all of this is playable, by the way. So if you back the book, you'll be getting cards with character sheets on the back and monster stats. So anyways, yeah, it's, I want to create something that is a little fairly original and freaky, so I'm glad.
That is good. Elsie Serrano says, don't worry, you can make fun of Canadian culture. Canada is pretty much a punchline anyway. True. John McCalla, another Arch recommendation bought, just picked up Kenshi. Can't wait to play it. Kenshi is a pretty great game. And I think, finally, we have Artemis Fowls, Latimus there, saying, Ratatoskar means drill tooth. He carries gossip between the great eagle and the serpent and continuously create animosity between them. He used to be the most dangerous being in the forest at 12 meters tall.
A 12-meter tall rat. Okay. I mean, squirrel. Pardon me. I love mythology. Maybe the house cats are also 12 meters tall. That makes sense.
I think I've seen, like, the depictions of the chariot with them just literally being house cats.
Oh, yeah, that's a little silly.
Then again, they could be really fat, I guess. Alright, but I think we're finally through all of the super chats, so I can begin wrapping things up. Thank you very much, Renie, for coming on today. It's been lovely.
Thank you for having me. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. And thanks, chat, for hanging out.
And definitely do check out the links in the description down below for her social media and, of course, the comics page. And since you did say there was a demo chapter, chapter 1 free up there, you should definitely go read it. Nothing to lose from that.
Oh yeah, check out the website, and if you are interested in hearing about more indie comics and just hearing people talk about comics and art and having a lot of drunken fun while trying to draw but failing, that's my channel, and I welcome all of you to come by sometime. I would love to have you.
Yep. Black Knight 17 points out I missed one of his Streamlabs. To the left, all cultural sharing and participation is appropriation. Like true racists, they believe that all cultures should be segregated and isolated. Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Moira, you
Alright.
think that's what woke culture believes?
It does seem to be so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. You can't appreciate each other's culture or anything.
That would be appropriation.
Well, too bad. I think we should all have some cultural interchange. It's okay. That's good.
A radical notion yet again.
We're being so radical here, guys.
And that, I do actually think, is it. Right, okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming along and watching, and thank you all for your super generous donations, and hopefully I'll see you all again next week. Until then, have a good day.